The City of Southport Board of Aldermen, July 14th, 2022 meeting is now called to order. Welcome to everyone. It's great to see a full house tonight, so thank you for being here. So we welcome you who are in person and also those who are watching virtually. Our invocation tonight, we're honored to have Reverend Alderman Lowe Davis, and this will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
First, let's begin by bowing our heads in silent remembrance of the late Jerry Dove, former mayor and former police chief here in Southport, a place he loved and served for many years. Now let us pray. Most gracious Lord, we praise and thank you for all the many blessings that you have bestowed on Southport and all who live, work, and visit here. We ask that you guide us tonight to make good and right decisions for the benefit of this whole community. As always, keep us mindful of our responsibility to preserve and protect your creation in all its forms. And especially, Lord, we ask that you be present in our minds and in our thinking, in our eyes and in our looking, in our mouths and in our speaking, and in our hearts and in our understanding. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Reverend Davis. We remember your words, and we remember former Mayor and Police Chief Jerry Dove. Prior to public comment, I would like to make a few remarks concerning our meeting tonight with respect to recent events. Southport, in our 230th year, chartered in 1792, we had one of the most successful 4th of July celebrations since the first recorded one in our city in 1795. Patriotism is proclaimed in Southport, and we should build on this spirit of freedom, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, this wonderful expression on Independence Day in our great city. We build on this success as we meet the many challenges and work towards the goals and ambitions of our citizens and our city. And I want to thank all the city department heads, all the city employees who helped to bring success to the North Carolina 4th of July Festival, beginning with Festival Chairman and City Community Relations Director Randy Jones, our chiefs, police, fire, and EMS, Todd Coring, Charles Drew, Ralph Treadway, and their departments, Public Services Director Tom Stanley and his department, who along with the First Lady and the Southport Garden Club made the garrison on Fort Johnston the center of patriotism for our city. Parks and Recreation Director Heather Hemphill, City Manager Gordon Hargrove, City Clerk Dorothy Dutton, Animal Protective Services Kate Marshall, and in cooperation and partnership with the town of Oak Island and the Southport Oak Island Area Chamber of Commerce. Our thanks to Executive Vice President Karen Spar, Tricia Howarth, Wayne Berry, Duncan Hilburn, and the chapter, the chamber directors, and all volunteers who made July 4th a wonderful festival. The same talent, the same resolve for service that was just displayed is still here with us as we move our city forward in the best way. We build on this success, this patriotic spirit, this ambition for service and quality at our meeting tonight. At our Board of Aldermen meeting on the agenda, we recognize an employee for years of dedicated service to our city. We recognize the importance of parks and recreation in our lives. We introduce our new public information officer. We have 3 annexation requests. We have 2 board appointments, one to the Planning Board and one to the ABC Board, and other business important to our city, including shoreline stabilization, a contract with BEMC, and a text amendment request. Although not on the agenda, I want the citizens of Southport to know that I am aware and am involved in the request to the Planning Board for a mixed-use building on the corner of West Nash and North Howe Street, as is the entire Board of Aldermen. Is this project as submitted appropriate with respect to the surrounding architecture? Does it preserve the integrity of the residential neighborhood located directly behind the proposed building? Does the project meet the principles of historic preservation? You've heard this discussion most recently at our budget meetings. Does it meet the principles of public health and safety? Does it enhance the quality of life of our citizens and our city? There is a process, and the Planning Board is going to address the issues with respect to the UDO, and these and other issues will need to be addressed, from lighting to traffic impact to a redesign of the location of the restaurant and residential units. There is no discrete time limit for decisions, though there is time to fully vet the project and to work with the developer and make recommendations that will make this project, if it meets the standards of the ordinance, more in line with our city's historic character and desire for historic preservation. And as we move forward, we will need to look at our UDO and determine what further revisions may be needed for the future to help preserve our culture, character, and historic heritage.
Mr. Mayor?
Madam Alderman.
Okay. Following up to what you just said, I'd like to make a formal request that you appoint an ad hoc committee of aldermen to study and propose to this board the parameters for creating a historic district preservation committee. Before we can have such a commission, we would have to know what it is we want it to do and what it would look like and who would be on it and so forth. And so I'm asking that you appoint 3 aldermen. You have 3 volunteers that I know of, and put us to work getting something together for the board to consider.
Thank you, Alderman Davis. I'm assuming and wholeheartedly know that you're willing to serve on that. So I would like for Mayor Pro Tem Karen Mosteller, and also Alderman Robert Carroll, if you would serve on this committee. From staff, we will have the city planner as well as the city clerk. So we will begin with these 5 members, and they will start looking into preparation for a historic district, historic commission. So I will look forward to your first report. And of course, this will involve, at some point, all the aldermen, all our citizens, but this is our first step in reaching this goal in terms of historic preservation. So thank you for that, Madam Alderman. Item D, public comment. So for public comment, make sure the microphone is on, state your name, your address, and your topic. Madam Clerk.
Randy Jones.
Welcome, Chairman Jones.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Board of Aldermen, City Manager. As the 2022 President, Chairman of the North Carolina 4th of July Festival, I wanted to say a special thank you to the City of Southport. We had well over 40,000 people attend the festival this year, and I could not be more proud of what our town did. We were truly a showcase, and I'm up here today to really take a moment and thank our city staff. Start with Police Chief Coring and our police department. They really made everybody feel safe and protected, and this was a very trying year for that, as we all know. With a festival this size, we never can take for granted just how lucky we are to have a group that cares so much about us, so thank you. Fire Chief Charles Drew and our fire department, they continued tradition this year of the firemen's competition, which had to be rescheduled, as we know, due to the weather, but it actually turned out to be, as I understand, bigger than it's ever been. So, you know, we made lemonade out of lemons. That's our way here. And I'm really proud of the fact we started a new event with the fire department, which was the waterfront first responder vehicles. I thought that went over very well, a new tradition for families. So again, thank you to the chief and the fire department. You're always well represented, and we really appreciate it. And special with that is Battalion Chief Ralph Treadway. He organized the 9/11 mobile unit, the memorial, and I don't know if everyone had a chance to go through that. I hope so, because for me, when I went through it, it honestly is about remembering we never forget. So, Ralph, thank you. City Clerk Dory Dutton, I kind of brought her into the committee this year, and she ended up being our committee chair for the opening ceremonies, not only in Southport but in Oak Island. So, Dory, thank you. It was great to work with you, and welcome to the committee. Parks and Rec Director Heather Hemphill, asked her today, she's had 23 years that she's been involved in the children's games that have taken place during the 4th, and this year we know due to the weather it wasn't able to happen, but I can promise you it's going to be bigger and better than it was and ever been. And a little thank you to our Animal Protective Services officer, Kate Marshall. She was the person during the festival that I was able to call, and she became my go-to person. Anything I needed, she kind of just jumped on, and she was kind of my Mikey. Just get Kate, she'll do anything. So a special thank you to you. I couldn't have done it without you. And also to Public Service Director Tom Stanley, and his crew are amazing. They get everything set up ready for the festival, available during the festival, and amazingly, on July 5th, you never would know that 40,000 people came through our town. So that's a special thank you, and something that amazes me every time that the morning comes of July 5th. Because we joke when you're from Southport and you go through the 4th of July and everyone says, what's your favorite part? Sometimes we just say the 5th of July. To my co-workers in the Community Relations Department and my volunteers, a special thank you for putting up with me for the last few months. It's always a challenge to put this on and a lot of fires to put out, but they were patient and got me through it, so thank you. Special thank you to our mayor and first lady. They started the brand new celebration of the Pledge of Allegiance. And also thank you for being everywhere during the festival. Anywhere I was, you were. So it was nice to know we were well represented. But overall, I just want to thank the town for being the best ambassadors. It was a successful festival, but it was because of you, our staff, and the fact that, you know, we bleed red, white, and blue in Southport. So thank you, and I look forward to 2023.
Wonderful remarks, and again, Randy, congratulations. Madam Clerk.
Dr. Marty Yantz.
Hello, I'm Marty Yantz, and my topic is Indigo 2. I've been attending a lot of the planning meetings, either in person or virtually, but there's no comment. So if you know me, I'm rarely without comment, and I've been anxiously awaiting tonight to just share my comment. My husband, Tommy, and I live at 285 Lord Thomas Avenue in the precious community of Cades Cove. We've owned property here for about 20 years, and we visited regularly for about 30 years before that. And yes, in those 50 years, we have seen a lot of changes in Southport. But we've seen consistent characteristics that continue throughout Southport, and that's why we've decided to let this be our permanent home. The things that keep drawing us to Southport are small, quaint, friendly, and relaxed. When we eventually moved here, we also learned that term, Southport time. And if you have lived here long enough, you know that Southport time is not necessarily measured with a clock. The Mitchell heirs inherited land, which you and I know as Indigo 2. There are 346 acres, and they are zoned R20. That would allow 520 residences on this property. That's the law. We citizens must abide by the law, and we cannot deny the fact that 520 homes are going to be built on what we're calling the Indigo 2 property. However, this town would be unrecognizable if more than 520 homes are allowed here. Our infrastructure, our traffic patterns, our environment cannot support an influx of 1,500 residences. If so, our small, quaint, friendly, relaxed community will disappear forever. So I ask you, the Board of Aldermen, to please stand strong. Do not let this happen to our little corner of paradise. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Carl Parker.
Welcome, Mr. Parker.
Thank you. My name is Carl Parker, President of the Brunswick County NAACP. My reason for being here and my topic is about my last meeting with the city hall. Of course, I was there at an exit interview, and I left from there with the ideal of what changes would be made. Within the exit interview, there was a question asked, was that since Teresa Parker since she was retiring, what could the city do to make it better? And I thought that was a good question to ask if they wanted to make sure progress was going to be made. And of course, I haven't heard of any correspondence about what's in place to do to make it better. Just wanted to keep it in mind of what the question was asked, and I think the mayor mentioned that he would review it. Didn't say anything about what he would do. But I thought about a person that came in a shop one day, and a parakeet was there, and the parakeet said to the husband and the wife, and say, "Mine, you got a ugly wife." Of course, the husband didn't take kindly to that, so he made sure that he got to the manager, the owner, and let the owner know what the parakeet said to him about his wife. The owner said, "Well, I'll take care of that. You don't have to worry about that anymore." So the owner carried the parakeet in the back after hours and gave him a good whipping. The next day, the man visited the store again, and the hair, the feathers on the parakeet was all fluffed up. And the parakeet looked up at him, and he said, "Ain't nothing changed." So I just want to make sure that the mayor, not the mayor, but the manager, city manager, remember the meeting, because I want some changes. I don't want to come back and say there ain't nothing changed. In other words, the position that Teresa had there, and I don't want it to say genocide, then put away and bring somebody else that may not be the same color as she is to put in that position. Don't genocide the position that because she left and there were some things that happened why she didn't stay. When injustice shows its head, we want to make sure that it doesn't continue to show its head. We want to make some changes. So I want to make sure I'm loud and clear enough, because I'm not a soft speaker. I want to make sure I'm heard well and all of you can hear me well, and look around in your city. And don't come back and say ain't nothing changed. Don't genocide the position and put in someone even at least close to her color, because I'm the president of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and all people have color. And I'm so glad of that, because I don't have to discriminate against nobody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Madam Clerk.
Brian Stevens.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Board of Aldermen, and my fellow citizens. I'm Brian Stevens, and I live at 503 Cage Trail. I am lucky enough to live in one of Southport's signature communities, Cades Cove, an enclave of 101 homes. Our community is vulnerable because of our immediate proximity to the proposed Project Indigo. When I asked Mr. Chad Paul what, if anything, was to be built behind my house and how close it would be, he replied that there might be a 20-foot buffer between the back of our community's alley and the back property line of a Project Indigo house, which would likely have about a 60-foot setback from its rear property line. This would give me and my neighbors approximately an 80-foot buffer. I would ask for a larger buffer, a green space dedicated to conservancy in perpetuity. An excellent suggestion was made at the Planning Board Subcommittee's review on June 13th, where it was suggested that larger corridors of undeveloped land within the confines of Project Indigo be dedicated for wildlife habitat. Here is that opportunity to make that proposed, here's an opportunity to make that proposed development, which will forever change the face of Southport, something to look upon as smart development and in harmony with nature. Before looking forward, let's look back at a few previous faux pas by our former leadership. The shoe boxes that stand tall and totally out of character down by the American Fish Company, overlooking our iconic yacht basin. The pilot house wannabe at the foot of Atlantic on Bay Street, which totally usurped any river views from Atlantic. The sale of the former wastewater treatment plant on West Street and loss of the incredible potential for its repurposing. Where will this slate of elected officials point to as an accomplishment rather than an embarrassment? Stand up for Southport. And while I have your attention, may I ask once again for a kayak launch? This mayor and his predecessor assured me that one was sure to happen. Honestly, we can do better. And just as you thought I was finished, The Columbo of public speaking hogs the podium for another minute. How timely that the building proposed for 115 House Street is in the queue for consideration. Is this something this board and this community want to see as cityscape? Incongruent, non-harmonious. Talk about Project Indigo changing our town. We are besieged on all fronts. I moved here because I like what I saw, not some undefined future vision. Is this project in harmony with our strategic vision? I think we need to revisit that vision. Think unique, historic, and quaint. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you stay to the end of the meeting, I have some comments on the kayak launch, but some news on it. Madam Clerk, and you don't have to stay to the end, I'm just teasing you. We can talk later. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Shirley Sullivan.
Welcome, Ms. Sullivan.
Hi, I'm Shirley Sullivan. I live at 5002 Seaward Court in Southport. My topic is communication. Good communication is the key. The communication, as per our City of Southport website, says, community engagement gives the residents of Southport a voice, promotes transparency, gives a plan legitimacy, and connects the city's leaders with their constituents. My input is there is an abundance of information on the City of Southport website, but the communication should not just be one way. Not all public meetings include public comment, like the subcommittee meetings for Indigo. The planning board and the developers were there, but there weren't any public comments there, nor were they addressed. The special meeting regarding the fiscal analysis per Indigo annexation next Monday will not be allowing public comment. Why not? This may be the only time that the citizens of Southport will be able to ask the experts who developed the analysis. Upon further detailed review of the City of Southport website, I have noticed inconsistencies in relevant information on various documents, either missing, misstated, or misleading. It's up to your interpretation, my interpretation. Indigo Impact Survey did not circulate well. How many responses were there? Going back in time, a 2014 Camel Corps Use Plan survey garnered less than 50 responses. What residents are saying? Regarding Indigo Phase 2, a survey on Facebook this spring, 179 Southport residents who did respond, 98% supported preserving the land. 98% of non-residents also supported preserving the land. A more recent Nextdoor poll regarding annexation, of 187 votes, 86% said no to annexation. Don't change Southport. We've also heard it's a done deal. If the City of Southport doesn't annex this development, the county will have it developed. This is what residents are saying. Regarding the budget, wow, look at the increase in our property taxes. The City of Southport is outpricing our seniors. How will the upcoming reevaluation of our home affect our city and county taxes? In general, we have a parking issue. Let's address it. In conclusion, the residents of Southport believe in the City of Southport, its mission statement, and core values. While surveys provide input, they are not the answer. It's a two-way street. Residents should meet with and call and write their elected officials. and the elected officials should listen to their residents. The words silent and listen are made of the same letters. Think about it.
Thank you, and I just wanted, it's wonderful comments, but I just wanted to clear up. You said that the only time they would be able to ask questions, we have town halls scheduled. The citizens, there'll be public hearings still, so I want to clear that up. I want to make sure there will be plenty of time. Secondly, yes, we do want to hear from the citizens. My personal selves on the, I mean, I have patients that I've seen that they call me and they let me know they're doing better, they're not doing better, and I sometimes, so they're able to find us. So definitely, that's absolutely. And on the special meetings and workshops, it's not that we don't want public comment, it's just that this is the time where we're trying to do the work of the people, and with public comment, it would just prolong the meeting. It's not that we don't want to hear from you, and all citizens will be able to make comments on these impact studies. We're going to have just a special town hall on Indigo, and we're going to have a public hearing, and please contact us, and anyone that wants me to come to your neighborhood. With COVID, I've not been out as much because I'm getting exposed a lot. I don't want to bring it to you and that type of thing, but we certainly can have this dialogue. So I appreciate your comments, but I want to assure you that the public has been and will continue to be involved. So thank you for that. Madam Clerk.
I believe the next name is Ronald Thompson.
Mr. Thompson, welcome. Good to see you, sir. Have a public hearing at that time, so, all right. Anyone else?
Okay, the next name is Bob Lambert.
Yes, Mr. Lambert had a nice letter in the pilot. I have it with me, sir, so thank you. I was going to call you, but the number online, it didn't go through. To thank you for your letter and your concern. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good evening. The beauty and charm of our little port town is really captivating. It draws a larger community to visit and enjoy shopping and dining within walking distance of a busy waterway where one might spend an afternoon watching boats and birds. The large river oaks nestle neatly amongst the houses, blend neatly with the quaint charm of downtown commerce. I'm speaking to you in the hopes of support for preserving our historic neighborhoods and community. There's been much discussion recently about the adverse effects of Project Indigo and what those effects might have on our beautiful town. The size and scope would certainly change much of our daily lives. It has also opened a path for others to put forth large-scale building development right here in downtown Southport. Recently, plans have been submitted for the property at 115 North Howe Street, corner of Howe and West Nash, currently occupied by the car insurance company. This parcel is located at the northwest corner of the Central Business District and borders many residential properties, including my own. The plan as presented calls for the demolition of the existing structure and the construction of a much larger mixed-use building with 7 retail spaces on the first floor and 4 apartments on the second floor, along with office space for the car insurance company. And I believe these uses would dovetail nicely into the community. However, within the proposed plan, there is also a 3rd floor restaurant with an occupancy of 435, and as well as a rooftop bar above with an occupancy of an additional 227. Currently, no other commercial building in the Central Business District exceeds 2 stories. Additionally, the total occupancy of the restaurant and the bar amount to approximately 17% of the current population of Southport. Let me repeat that, 17% of the total population. The size of the building, in conjunction with the stated occupancy, is unlike anything that exists in downtown today. The proposed building will materially alter the aesthetic of our community and create negative impacts for the residents of the adjacent neighborhood. I'm compelled to ask, does any business in Southport merit an occupancy of almost 20% of the town's population? As a resident, would you be supportive of a business like this situated directly next to your home? There will doubtlessly be additional impacts to our community. There is already a lack of parking in the Central Business District. Current zoning statutes do not require parking to be provided outside of 8 spaces for the apartment units. The adjacent neighborhood would undoubtedly become the preferred parking lot for the retail, restaurant, and bar customers. At full occupancy, with a conservative average of 4 persons per vehicle, there would need to be 150 additional parking spaces to cover the clients of the restaurant and the bar. This does not take into account the ground floor retail spaces, including the employees thereof. To add to the parking challenges, over 200 individuals on a rooftop bordering a residential area will inevitably create significant noise pollution for the residents, their families, and the community. In my opinion, this proposal takes no account of the impact to our community and transparently communicates the motivating factor for the proposal. Build the largest building permitted, regardless of the effects to their neighbors or the Central Business District. We, the area residents, hope that progress takes place with careful, thoughtful consideration of how it affects the lives and the lives of our children and neighbors. I believe that we should join together and ask the principals of this project to act in good conscience to preserve our beautiful neighborhood and the character of our historic commerce district. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. That is in process right now, so thank you. Thank you for that. Madam Clerk.
Tracy Bellew.
Yes, Ms. Bellew. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Tracy Bellew, and I live at 206 West Nash here in Southport. And I want to thank the mayor and the aldermen for allowing us to make comments. The property at 115 North Howe, which is on the corner of Howe and West Nash, is about, 8 houses from me. So, number one, the design. As we've just stated, the design does not go with Southport. That's why we all love it here. That's why all the homes that are built here and remodeled here are in the style that we love about Southport. So this would just be an eyesore to our town and to its charm. It's just kind of ugly. It looks like a hospital. Anyway, that's one woman's that's what.
Oh, I resent that. Oh, come on,
I'm sorry, Dr. Joe Pat. Hospitals are fine, but there's not even a hospital like that in here, But anyway, so that's a main thing, is the design, the height, the size of the building. It's just going to be a real detriment, I think, to the charm of our town and also to the residents and the other commercial properties. So the restaurant, as Bob said, the seating and the seating for the bar is just excessive. Where are these people going to park? They're going to park in front of our houses. It's going to be like July 4th every day of the year in our neighborhoods. And it's going to be on West Nash, it's going to be on Caswell, West. And then they'll go across the street and start parking over there. You know, because, I mean, you got to find parking spaces. And I find that just really intolerable because our streets are so charming. They don't need to be filled with cars, you know, all the time. And it's also going to make navigating those streets hard because they're very narrow streets. So that's to take into consideration. Besides the noise, the smells, there will have to, for the restaurant, I understand that there has to be, you know, they have to have grease pits. And these apparently are just, you know, not good to be right next to homes and to a residence. I know we have a few little things, but they're still far enough away that they don't, and they're small. I said that about the parking. Okay. One of the things I'm disappointed in is that the people who are doing this proposal are generational Southport people. The owner's grandfathers, the old bridge to Oak Island is named after him. And I would think that you would take pride in being a longtime resident and business owner, you know, of this community, that you would like to maintain the charm that we have here. So I'm very disappointed in that. So the other thing is that because it's being such a big proposal, to me, all it says with its design and with what they're doing, that it's just all about money. It's about greed and just money, money, money. You know, somewhere it's got, you know, there's got to be a line here. I think, as Bob said, I think the majority that I've talked to and what I've seen on Facebook, majority of the residents are not in favor of this proposal. So I hope that the planning board and the aldermen and who are the people in charge can really take this into consideration. I would like to say that it just doesn't fit. It's too large, it's too tall. The parking will be a nightmare. And, you know, we all bought our homes here, as Marty said, you know, to live in this charming, small, slow-paced town. So that's about that. I wanted to say a PS, because I also agree about the indigo, that it's going to change our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bellew. Madam Clerk.
Rebecca Kelly.
Welcome, Ms. Kelly.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Kelly. I reside at 5971 Dutchman Creek Road here in Southport. And I have a couple things to speak about today, so thank you for the opportunity to speak. Number one is Indigo Phase 2 project. I grew up in Indigo. It is a place where I rode my bike as a child. When the Indigo ferry ran through there, we knew we were not allowed to go on the main street close to the ferry time. There was about a 15-minute time period where we couldn't go, and that was about it. That was basically my rule growing up. What they've proposed for Indigo Phase 2 will fundamentally change Southport, as we've heard over and over again, but it's more than just a 15-minute interval a day where every hour you can't go back and forth on 9th Street. It's going to be all day, most days. One thing I would like to remind the Board of Aldermen and the Mayor of is that Chad Paul did say multiple times that he is a steward of Southport and that he loves Southport, and it would be a shame to have this right next to Southport using Southport's facilities without annexing in. He also said that he didn't want to use annexation as a tool to change what your opinion was. So he said two different things. So I just want to remind you guys to stand strong. If Chad Paul truly wants to be a steward of Southport and look out for us, they can still annex into the city at the current zoning. That is an option for them. They don't have to get the higher density zoning in order to do that. And I believe that we've spoken about an overlay with a map showing buildings that has yet to be produced for us. And I think we really need to see that in order to figure out if, with a PUD zoning, what kind of setbacks are we actually looking at? Are we going lot line to lot line with these houses so they can't have the trees? So just something to consider as we're going through this, and I'm looking forward to Monday seeing what those studies come back with. The other thing I just wanted to mention was at the Planning and Zoning Board had a request to rezone put in front of them originally back on May 19th. It is from Retson Companies asking to rezone the 2-acre property at the corner of Howe and 14th from the business district to highway commercial zoning. So 14th and Howe is right as you're coming into Southport, as you pass the drugstore on the right-hand side, to give you an idea, on the way to Cades Cove. That property, so opening that zoning up to possible chain or commercial small box style retailer could have devastating impacts to the look and feel of coming into Southport, as we're talking about the look and feel of what we want our town to be. I did a little research on Retson Companies, and they were listed on the agenda that day. Retson Companies had a lot of pictures of Dollar General and Dunkin' Donuts on their website. I don't know which property they're proposing, they didn't say, but with a little bit of research, that's what I found from Retson Companies. So I just wanted to caution the Board of Aldermen, when that does come to you, to make sure you're asking the hard questions about what that will be for our city. Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk.
Adam Steadman.
Welcome, sir.
I'm Adam Steadman. I live directly across the street from previous speaker. I'm here to discuss the draft lighting proposal to be presented by the Mayor Pro Tem. I'm strongly in support of such proposal. I'm also a strong proponent of property rights. Now, property rights also include the right to enjoy one's property without impedance from other properties. And I think that this code ordinance amendment will go far in ensuring that light pollution will be minimized. I don't think there would be too much cost to current property owners to comply with such ordinance. In fact, most fixtures will be grandfathered in, provided that the first two provisions are met. With any new lighting, filtered lighting as proposed with the ordinance amendment would be, by my understanding, of similar costs and similar nature to, non-compliant lighting that would not be filtered. And also, I think this ordinance can be adapted for internal lighting that might have an external effect, and discuss that further, in further meetings, etc. I would appreciate support of such proposal. On an unrelated note, regarding the budget, last month, I spoke regarding the budget. I really do think it's important going forward to prioritize our road system. Now, water and sewer, of course, have been a concern. I think the city manager had mentioned that a lot of the paving of the back roads, that paving was necessarily delayed as a result of water sewer issues. That being said, I'm hoping that once those water sewer issues are resolved, we do prioritize paving of the roads. I mean, I think we all know the potholes. Of course, 211 is an exception because it's a state road, and I think 9th Street's a state road. There are some exceptions, but in most cases, the roads are controlled by the city, and we need to prioritize the roads. That's one of the reasons I liked Alderman Carroll's proposal to earmark, some of the tax spending for roads. I think we should consider that going forward. And then finally, I think it's very important to consider the revaluation. I'll probably speak about this again. I think we should ensure that, the tax reevaluation results in revenue neutrality so that, we all know, given the realities of the market, that some properties are going to be revalued, probably up to 40, 50% given the property boom. If we do not ensure revenue neutrality with respect to this revaluation, a lot of property owners are going to experience a 40, 50% increase in city taxes at least, if not county taxes as well. And also keep in mind, even with a revenue neutrality, if you have an increase that's more than the benchmark average, you're still going to get a tax increase. So you're not necessarily even going to be unscathed, even if there is a revenue neutrality provision. So please keep that in mind. I would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Brian Monroe.
Welcome, Pastor Monroe. Good to see you.
First, I just want to thank God for being here. Thank God for the opportunity. I want to recognize our mayor and our board members, everyone in their respective positions. My being here today is twofold. First, I am here to congratulate and support Sister Teresa Parker on her years of service here in the city of Southport, and also to just air some grievances. Southport has left some unfinished business, and that unfinished business is concerning our former chief, police chief, and our former lieutenant, Gary Smith and Michael Simmons. It is unfinished because Southport has not handled it. Now, when you charge someone and you send them to the DA and you take it off your hands, then that's not right, especially when they haven't done anything criminal. So I'm saying this publicly, that this needs to be handled. After 4 years, this hasn't been handled, and it needs to be handled. Not by plea deals, but by saying that we were wrong and that we need to make this right. Now there's been a lot of talk in here about changing the community, change to the community. Well, these two individuals, their lives have been changed. And it's because of no integrity, and it's because nobody wants to stand up publicly and tell the truth. So I'm saying this because we see that there is a pattern of African Americans being mistreated here in Southport and Brunswick County, and it needs to change. I really hate to stand here and say this because we're always taught to get along. But when we're mistreated, there's no way we can get along. So I'm saying this, and we opened this meeting with prayer. So that lets me know that somebody thinks that they know the Lord. So if you know the Lord, you will do what's right in that situation and in every situation concerning African Americans and injustice. It's injustice. Don't tell me I'm dreaming. Don't tell me I'm imagining, but it's injustice. You changed their lives. You didn't change them forever, but you changed their lives, and their lives have been put on hold for 4 years. It doesn't take that long to prosecute a case. So this needs to be handled, and it needs to be handled expeditiously. Thank you, and have a blessed night.
Thank you, Pastor Monroe, and we certainly will take that into consideration. So thank you for bringing that up. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk.
The only other thing I had, sir, was an update from Up Your Arts, if you'd like for me to read that.
Please.
Okay. Dear Mayor and Board of Aldermen, the Up Your Arts Board of Directors is pleased to provide the following monthly progress report regarding our Save the Hall Y'all project to transform the historic Brunswick County Courthouse into a community-based center for creative and performing arts. Conceptual drawings and renderings being prepared by Lyle Architecture and Design are in their final stages. To date, Up Your Arts has paid $11,000 for architectural services related to the Arts Center. Up Your Arts has prepared a draft plan for establishing a leasing agreement between a separate legal entity, hereinafter referred to as the Arts Center's future Board of Trustees, and the City of Southport for reconstruction and future use of the building. We invite the city's elected officials to convene a public workshop for presentation of the plan by 3 Up Your Arts principals to include time for discussion. Please contact me at your earliest convenience to set the schedule. Sincerely, Bonnie Bray.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak that did not sign up? Be happy to have you speak. All right, thank you. Excellent public comments. As you know, once I was elected mayor, one of the first things that I changed was that there would be unlimited public comment, and I appreciate the respect that all of you have shown in terms of time and that type of thing. 3 minutes was not enough, so we will have robust public comment. We always have and will continue to do so. So thank you for that, and thank you for these comments tonight, these heartfelt comments. Know that you have been heard. Now read our ethics statement. If any members know of any conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest concerning matters on the agenda, please so state at this time.
Mayor, I've got a conflict regarding the text amendment H5. I've got Mr. Thompson's property listed for sale.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Alderman Carroll recuses himself on that item on the agenda, item 5. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Item E is approval of the agenda. And we will, the agenda you have in front of you, and there will be one addition to the agenda. It will be H10. And that will be the Board of Aldermen requests that the Planning Board review the UDO requirements for the Central Business District and make any resulting recommendations. So that'll be our item 10. And I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Mr. Mayor, before we vote, this is an unusual situation because it's come to my attention in reading the minutes of the confidential meeting where we discussed the city manager's contract.
Consent agenda. We're just doing the agenda.
Well, one of the consent agenda items is the
We're-
minutes of the confidential meeting.
This is the approval of the, just the agenda aspect. Approval of the consent agenda will be next.
Okay, but I want to make a correction to the minutes. I don't want to approve those. No, it involves the city manager's salary, which is public information.
Are you trying to amend the agenda? Is that what?
How do we do this, Mr. City Attorney?
No, she's trying to amend the agenda.
There's an error in that, in the minutes, I think.
The action that was taken in the open part of the session, or I understand it, does not completely correspond with what the agreement that was reached in the closed session. The discussion there was as to the city manager's salary. And I think that's my understanding of it, and that's the concern, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
We made a motion in public, and we framed it as a percentage, when in fact, as a result of long discussion, we had come to at least a
Slightly
majority
different
agreement on a certain amount. And the percentage and the amount don't quite add up, and we are, as a result, somewhat shortchanging the city manager.
And I think the clerk pointed out to me earlier that perhaps the best way to do that is to just move that his salary be corrected after we deal with the consent agenda. In a few minutes, just move that his salary be corrected to reflect the agreement that was reached.
Where do we put that on the agenda?
I'm trying to figure out where you want to put that on.
Under the approval of the consent agenda, right now, we're just approving the agenda.
You can add that to the H part of the agenda as item 10, I suppose, if you really.
Item 11.
We already have an item 10. I've
So it'll be
added-
item 11.
Oh, mine. You're sorry, would it be item 11? As an item 11? I suppose you could if everybody agreed to it. I know, but we're not modifying the minutes. We're just.
I apologize to the public. I don't think we've had this happen
It's
before.
unusual circumstance. We're not modifying the minutes. The action she's taken is to get his salary amended to what the agreement was, not what's reflected in the minutes. Does that make sense?
Yes. So we do that as a separate motion?
Let's do that as a separate number 11. Yeah, in the regular agenda. Okay. So go along with the consent agenda.
So we have it straight. This will be, we'll call it the Lowe Davis Amendment, item 11. And this is where we will amend the city manager's salary to reflect his correct salary. So that will be item H11. Is that correct? Okay. So again, I will ask for a motion to approve the agenda as amended, unless there's any.
So moved.
Okay. Mr. Carroll and Alderman Alt. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Thank you. Item F, approval of the consent agenda. And on the consent agenda, we have the Board of Aldermen Special Budget Workshop minutes, June 3rd. We have the regular meeting minutes from June 9th. And then we have the Board of Aldermen closed session minutes, which are confidential. And then we have a resolution. And this is a change in the personnel policy. This will allow the city manager and the chief of police, they can live in the city limits, or they can live in the ETJ of the city. We're removing the requirement that they have to live in the city limits per se. The second resolution is the resolution in support of accepting NCDEQ funds. That's the Department of Environmental Quality. And this is the North Carolina Clean Water Revolving Loan and Grant Act of 1987. And through NCDEQ, we're receiving a revolving loan of the amount of $29,783,014 for the construction of the Brunswick County Wastewater Treatment Plant expansion in Charlotte. And this is part of our regionalization of our sewer. So the Board of Aldermen in the City of Southport agreed to accept this loan in the amount of $29 million. They assure the state they will pay it back. The city manager, Gordon Hargrove, and any successors are hereby authorized and directed to furnish such information as appropriate to the state agencies, and the City of Southport has complied or will substantially comply with all federal, state, and local rules and regulations concerning this loan. So that's our consent agenda, and I will entertain a motion. Alderman Lombardi, is there a second? Okay, second by Alderman Carroll. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. Item G, special recognition. I'm glad I wore my red shirt tonight in unity with the Unity Committee, who are so happy that you're here, and what a wonderful occasion, a proclamation of such a great lady. So, Teresa Parker, would you come up, and anyone you'd like to have come up with you, please? That'd be wonderful. Whereas Teresa Parker began her career with the City of Southport on March 3rd, 1997, as the accounting clerk and cashier after working for 2 years with the Cape Fear Council of Government. Whereas Ms. Parker was promoted to payroll and human resources in December 2009. And whereas these many years have been marked by dedicated service to the best interests of Southport, and to the city employees, and accurate personnel reporting. Whereas Ms. Parker warmed the hallways with her laughter, the color purple, love of UNC Chapel Hill Tar Heels. And whereas Teresa owns her own business designing balloon arrangements and other customized goods which bring joy to so many. And whereas the City of Southport has benefited greatly from Teresa's constant presence, which helped provide stability to city employees. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City of Southport, I want to express our sincere appreciation to Teresa Parker for her dedication and hard work over the past 27 years. We wish her all the joy and happiness as she begins this new adventure in life. Proclaimed this 14th day of July, 2022. Joseph B. Hayden, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, the board. I'm so overwhelmed, but I'm grateful. This has been the hardest thing for me to do. I had planned on serving 30 years, but the handwriting was on the wall, and it was time for me to go. I have enjoyed this journey. To the employees with the City of Southport, I love y'all from the bottom of my heart. The last week of my employment was a ride. I turned in my paperwork in May, and it was something I had not planned to do, but God. The last 2 days of my employment, excuse my French, was hell. The last day I arrived at work, I was locked out of the building. Couldn't work. But I'm not even mad because God got me. When I hear people say stepping out on faith, that's what I have done. God got me. Again, Mayor, thank you. The board, thank you. Thank you, City of Southport. Employees, I love y'all. If I can do anything to help y'all, call me, because I don't mind. Just remember, y'all got some hard-working employees. Hard-working employees. I love y'all. May God bless y'all. Thank you.
Yeah. That was beautiful. Thank you, Teresa. Our next proclamation concerns Parks and Recreation Month. And if Heather Hemphill would come forward, Parks and Rec's Director, and her staff, who's with her. Whereas parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining quality of life in the Southport community, ensuring the health of all citizens and contributing to the economic and environmental health of the city. Whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic diseases, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and also improves the mental and emotional health of all citizens. Whereas Parks and Recreation is the leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and education. Whereas Parks and Recreation programming and educational activities such as after-school program, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to the childhood development. Whereas our parks and national recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. Whereas parks and recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. Whereas the City of Southport Parks and Recreation Department is responsible for 22 parks, facilities, and recreation amenities, including Waterfront Park and City Dock. Whereas the City's Parks and Recreation Department also sponsors and contributes to many special events, tournaments, and festivals in the city. Whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the National Recreation and Park Association has designated July 15th as Parks and Recreation Professionals Day. Now, therefore be it resolved that I, Joseph P. Hatem, Mayor of the City of Southport, do hereby proclaim that July 2022 is recognized as Park and Recreation Month. I encourage all residents to enjoy the parks and recreation opportunities in Southport and to express their gratitude to those professionals who help make the programs and parks available to the community. And I have one additional proclamation. This is in the form of recognition of our first responders. And this is from the desk of Fire Chief Charles Drew. He and I both think alike. I brought the news article out of the newspaper, and he brought me this narrative, and I would like to read this. And if I could have the firefighters, Hamilton and Ballard, if you would stand with me. And also the chiefs, if y'all would also stand with me as I read this. On Friday night, July 8th, 2022, a call for help was made to Brunswick County 911 Center at 10:22 p.m. An 18-foot boat had capsized in the Cape Fear River in between the ADM dock and the NC Ferry terminal. Immediately upon dispatch, our rescue boat 390 was launched within a matter of minutes by firefighter Tandem Hamilton and firefighter Zach Ballard. Within 8 minutes of launching the rescue boat, the firefighters located the capsized boat with 2 men holding onto the boat, with one of the individuals having chest pains. The individuals were rescued from the water and transported to Deep Point Marina, where a command post had been established with a medic unit and command units. The patients were immediately transferred from the rescue boats to the ambulance units, where they were treated, checked, and released. By this time, the family of the individuals had arrived and were very thankful and emotional about their loved ones being brought to safety. The Water Rescue Division of the Southport Fire Department spends hours of training and planning for events such as this. The night of this call, the river was very choppy, the wind was blowing hard, and conditions were dangerous. I would like to commend the exemplary performance of all the units that responded, but especially the skilled actions of firefighters Zach Ballard and Tandem Hamilton on a job well done. I am thankful for these brave men and will be awarding them a life-saving medal at our annual awards banquet in December. Thank you for your continued support, Chief Charles Drew. Thank you again. We're blessed by our first responders. We support them and will always continue to do so. They have to be ready. We're going to be prepared, and this is one sign of that their training and education pays off. So thank you, chiefs. Thank you, gentlemen. Last but not least, of course, I'll call on Randy Jones for the introduction of the new Communications Public Safety Officer.
Great. Another hat. I am up here as the Director of the Community Relations Department. The last few months, we've seen a lot of changes. Number one being our title, Community Relations. We've grown a lot over the last few years, with communications being one of our goals. But within the department, we've had Sharon Venice, that was with me for 6.5 years, officially retire. She's been a blessing for me to have beside me, and now she's doing her next chapter of a full retirement. So I just want to say thank you to her. Elena Dale has come on as our Assistant Director of Community Relations. She's got a full plate keeping up with me, as I've said earlier. But I'm here tonight to introduce our new Communication and Public Information Officer. It's been here officially for 1 month. Literally jumped in for the first week doing the Hurricane Expo, has been working to do a lot of different projects for communications. I'm excited to introduce her tonight. I'd like to welcome Cheyenne Kitchum.
Thank you, Randy. Hi, everybody. As Randy just said, my name is Cheyenne Ketchum. Hello. I am originally from Johnston County, North Carolina. If you are not familiar with the inner eastern part of the state, it's about 2 hours up 40 on this side of Raleigh. Like Randy said, I joined the team on June 20th was my official first day, and I've already been in collaboration with our various departments, with being at the Hurricane Expo and meeting with different people over the last month. It has been a whirlwind. Being here a month is kind of crazy to say anyway. Yesterday started our official collaboration or continuous collaboration with various public information officers and entities for local and surrounding municipalities in Brunswick County. So we are super excited to continue that collaboration, so that way we are extra prepared for the inevitable storms that will visit Southport over the next couple of months and years as well. A little bit about me, so I'm not just a city face that you may see here and there. I do have a dog. Her name is Stella. She is the light of my life. She's a little chicken nugget looking dog. She looks like she is an Aussie Doodle, but she's red. And so if you ever see us walking about, please feel free to stop and talk to us. She loves people. She loves kids. She loves our senior citizens. So she would be very happy to make some new friends in the area. That is really all that I have with my introduction. I do have a couple business cards in the back. So for our community members, if you have any contact form questions, that form can still be completed online on any of the web pages. It's at the very bottom right-hand corner. It just says contact form submission. All of those forms will come to my inbox. So if you have questions regarding, let's say, water and sewer, general questions about noise ordinances or golf carts, you can do them all on there, and then I will direct them to the proper department for you guys. For my fellow city employees, Board of Aldermen, if you need my email, it's cketchum@cityofsouthport.com. But also I do have those business cards available, and I'm excited to continue hitting the ground running and jumping in feet first. So it's great to be here, and I look forward to working with everybody and keeping you guys up to date with best I can with our updates through the community and happenings in Southport.
I just want to add to the board that as next week she will be attending the FEMA public information class. So by the end of next week, she will be registered as a public information officer. So when I say she's hit the ground running, she really has. So again, welcome, Cheyenne, and we're excited to have you on board.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Now to our our agenda, item H1, and this is the annexation request, 1224 North Caswell Avenue. And I'll call on our development specialist, Director Thomas Lloyd.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, as well as members of the Board of Aldermen. So this is for an annexation up on North Caswell. You might remember this because we recently rezoned this property to R10. The address is 1224 North Caswell, as the mayor explained. It consists of six contiguous lots, and it is a voluntarily contiguous annexation. The property is owned by the Gilbert family, but the heirs have given authority to the applicant, William Beebe, for the application. At this stage in the process, the city clerk has investigated the sufficiency of the request, and she has found that it is sufficient, and she has certified it as sufficient. The appropriate certificate is attached in your packet. Annexation is a requirement for city water and sewer. That is why they are coming within the city or asking to be annexed in the city. So the first step would be to accept the annexation petition, and then to also adopt a resolution setting the public hearing for the August 11th meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Any questions from the board for Mr. Lloyd? Okay. I'll entertain a motion that we should accept the annexation petition, that the clerk's certificate of sufficiency should be accepted, and that the board should adopt the resolution setting the public hearing for the regular board meeting on August 11th, 2022. Mr. Carroll, is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Next is item H2, again, Thomas Lloyd, Development Services Director, concerning an annexation number 22-03, Bill Clark Homes.
All right, so this one's a little bit different. It is for the Bill Clark Homes Osprey Landing subdivision that has already been approved, that we do have a valid development agreement with. This will be a voluntary non-contiguous annexation. So this first tract is 25.59 acres, and it is located off of Robert Ruark Drive. It's considered phase 1 of Osprey Landing, and it meets those annexation standards as they were set forth in the development agreement. Just to give everybody a little bit of a background on that, annexation of this property was a condition of our development agreement, and that development agreement was approved by the board in September of 2021. As part of that agreement, the developer was required to submit a petition for voluntary annexation by June 30th. They did submit that application on June 22nd, 2022. The final plat for phase 1 is not ready for recordation, but they did have to go ahead and submit their annexation petition in order to be in compliance with that development agreement. So once again, this is the same thing. It's you as the board accepting the annexation petition, as well as the certificate of sufficiency, and then it's also adopting a resolution setting the public hearing for next month's meeting.
Thomas, for the sake of anybody in the public who doesn't know what the benefits to the city are of annexing, could you just briefly state what that is?
Sure. I mean, in this case, the greatest benefits are obviously property taxes. Otherwise they would be within our ETJ, and we wouldn't get anything from that standpoint. Really, that's the biggest thing. They're getting water and sewer from the county. They're not getting water and sewer from us, but we will get property taxes for our general fund. And either way, we would also be providing, building inspection and planning services for them. But property taxes would be the greatest benefit. It is part of the development agreement as well, so.
Any further questions for Mr. Lloyd? Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Okay. Motion by Mr. Lombardi and a second by Alderman Davis that we accept the annexation petition, that the clerk's certificate of sufficiency should be accepted, and that the board will adopt the resolution setting the public hearing for the regular board meeting on August 11th, 2022 for Osprey Landing Phase 1. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Again, Mr. Lloyd, and item H3 on the agenda, annexation number 22-04, Bill Clark Homes. This looks like Phase 2 of Osprey Landing.
Yes, sir, it is. So this is actually a contiguous annexation because Phase 2 does include a portion that is adjacent to Bonnet's Way. So it's right next to that property, so it is in fact contiguous to the city limits. This is really the same situation. A condition of the development agreement is for them to annex. They are actually not required to annex this property until June 30th, 2024, but they were interested in submitting this sooner just because they want to record phases 1 and 2 at the same time. So they're just kind of trying to get ahead of that. The final plats are not yet ready for recordation, though. They're still working on the site work out there. But once again, the action is the same. The clerk's certificate of sufficiency has to be accepted, and the resolution setting the public hearing for August 11th for Osprey Landing Phase 2 also has to be adopted. So.
Any questions for Mr. Lloyd? Okay.
I guess we should also make it clear that by state law, the city cannot force a property owner to annex. They have to ask for it. And in a development, much as I disliked Osprey Landing and opposed it, this at least gives us the opportunity to get something out of it that would be a benefit to the city. And this was something that was agreed to, that they're actually willing to do.
Thank you, Alderman Davis. Anyone else? Okay. All right, I will entertain a motion that we accept the annexation petition. That the clerk's certificate of sufficiency should be accepted, and that we'll adopt the resolution setting the public hearing for the regular board meeting on August 11th, 2022. Mayor Pro Tem, is there a second? Second by Alderman Carroll and Alderman Lombardi. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Item H4 on the agenda is the ordinance amendment, Chapter 4, Article 5, exterior lighting, and I'll call on Mayor Pro Tem Mosteller.
Thank you, Mayor. As is noted on the agenda, during the streetlight policy update process, the Streetlight Committee recognized the need to also update the city's code of ordinance to include general exterior lighting consistent with the lighting ordinance in the UDO and the streetlight policy. While changes to the code of ordinances do not require planning board review because this is not part of the UDO, this is with the general code of ordinances. So it doesn't require planning board review, but the committee understands lighting is an important is important to the community at large and an essential element in the planning process. Prior to final consideration, the committee recommends submitting the draft language for the exterior lighting amendment to the planning board for review and recommendation. I wasn't really prepared to do a major presentation because we weren't making any decisions tonight. We were simply going to refer it to the planning board. However, it was requested that we use the vibe board. So I'm going to quickly go through it, and then if I guess if board members have questions about it, but our expectation tonight is just to simply refer this to the planning board and get their input and then come back to us. Yeah, there's always discussion. Yeah. So hang on a sec. Oh, wait, other way. There we go. Okay, so as many of you, and I'm just going to talk because I didn't really prepare to do this, but fixtures, light fixtures, as you're aware, if you look in the UDO, we have in the streetlight policy in particular, we talk about dark skies compliant. And what dark skies compliant means, in a nutshell, is light does not emit, it controls the light down. It doesn't come out of the sides and it doesn't go out of the top because you lose your view. We all grew up being able to see the stars at night, see the Milky Way when we were growing up. So light pollution is a big deal. We live in an environmentally sensitive area, so it's critical that we consider this as part of our conversation. So what the ordinance does is it basically says these lights that are direct shining out lights would be non-compliant and once adopted, and then the compliant lights you see would be down lights and that sort of thing. There's several different types of light fixtures that show what's better and what would be in compliance. There. And basically what it is they're shielded from direct view. Then, of course, it'd be kind of laborious to go through all this, but basically the first two items would, the first two items, hang on, let me get to mine. Have to do with light trespass. That's just sort of the summary of it. The first one, your lighting that you have in your yard should not trespass to your neighbor's yard and negatively impact their life, and then it should also not impact the roads and have direct glare. So those two provisions are basically about light trespass. These provisions would apply to everyone, regardless of what fixtures you might have installed previous to the eventual adoption of this. But other than that, of course, any existing fixtures would be grandfathered in because everybody's not going to go out and change their fixtures. But when your fixtures fail, then you would replace them with compliant fixtures. Let's see, security lights. It talks about, the security lights that you can get put in your backyard, the high ones that you pay to have. Brunswick Electric comes and does those for you. It talks about those. And shielding them so that it doesn't affect adjacent properties and that sort of thing. Lighting used on architectural landscape lighting to help prevent direct visualization of the source from adjacent properties, so they're not looking into light bulbs when they look at your house. Blinking and flashing lights are prohibited. Floodlights that are not controlled in an automatic timing device, such as a motion sensor, so that they're temporary, need to be aimed to avoid upwards to the sky and light trespass on adjacent properties. That's sort of typical. Then the reference here, fixtures shall meet dark sky Association standards and have a color temperature of 3,000 degrees Kelvin or less. And then you saw the list, it referenced the list of the compliant and non-compliant fixtures. If an existing light fixture is removed and replaced, it should be replaced with a conforming fixture. So that will be in the future. Holiday lighting, of course, is exempt because it's just temporary. Light produced directly or indirectly from propane is exempt because the color temperature of that is so low that it doesn't intrude. Then all lights, regardless of date of installation, shall conform to the provisions A and B, which is the light trespass part of that. And then any exterior lighting installed after the effective date of this should conform to the requirements of this. So existing fixtures are not to be, it doesn't require that you replace them. It also talks about exterior lighting means temporary or permanent lighting that is installed, located in such a manner as to cause light rays to shine outside. Fixtures that are installed indoors that are intended to light something outside are considered exterior lighting for the intent of this chapter. And then, and of course, it doesn't supersede the streetlight policy. And then that's really all. Oh, sorry, that's really all of it. So I will certainly entertain any questions. But like I said, the whole purpose of this was really just to move it to the planning board to get their input before we make any decisions here.
I would just like to make a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
So Karen and I have discussed this previously. Not that we agree on it, but we've discussed it. And so I'm thinking that when I drove around the city after I read this, there's a huge portion of the population that has the non-compliant lights already installed. And I understand that they're allowed to burn until they burn out, and then they have to be removed. And so that's a big deal for people who have invested a huge amount of money in a variety of different landscaping lights. I'm suggesting we have a workshop on this topic so there's real give and take about what it is, what we plan to do. Are all these people going to be criminals the next day when a light burns out? What does this all mean to them? Because after talking to people who saw the diagrams, they were confused about it. I'm not concerned about the language as much as I am the fixtures and what does that mean for the existing lighting and going forward. So I'm suggesting that before we vote on this, there be a workshop under the auspices of the Aldermen to talk about all of this, and everybody can have their say about it.
I would think, don't you think it'd be better to send it to the planning board and let them send us back something before we start talking about it? I mean, there's no point in having a workshop because we don't know what we're doing.
No, I apologize, John. You're absolutely correct. It should go to the planning board first, and then when it comes back, since we're the ones who are going to have ownership of this, that we have a workshop after that.
Okay. So do we need to vote to send it to the planning board?
I'll entertain a motion to include those two items. One, that we send it to the planning board, and then after we have received it from the planning board, that we have a separate workshop for the public to speak. It will be more like a town hall workshop on this.
Okay, so move.
Second by Alderman Carroll, and it was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor? Okay, motion carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Mr. Alt for working through this exterior lighting. Item 5, the zoning text amendment concerning parking. Thomas Lloyd.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Give me one moment. All right, so this is a zoning text amendment concerning parking, and it has to do with some vacant lots in the business district that are historic and undersized, as well as non-conforming. And these lots were subdivided prior to our zoning ordinance, which was first established in 1973. In the CBD, just as an example, off-street parking is not required. So there are, existing small lots similar to that where off-street parking is not required. But in the BD, this is not the case. In the BD, it is still required. However, the requirement can be reduced by up to 50% in areas where on-street parking is present. But due to the small size of some of these lots, it's difficult to get any permitted use in, with the limited amount of, dimensions that you have there. Just as an example, there's one lot that's 33 by 66 feet. It'd be pretty hard to, to get any type of parking space or drive aisle on there. There used to be a mechanism called parking exceptions, but that was removed during the update because it was a improperly issued variance. So, the request here is a text amendment to 3.14 parking, and it's what it would do here is that no off-street parking would be required for lots less than 4,000 square feet that were existing prior to 1973 in the business district. Previously, it was 6,000 square feet, but the planning board appointed a review committee, and they were concerned of it being 6,000 square feet just because that would open up the door to, more possibilities in terms of people being able to, have larger footprint buildings on small lots without any type of parking requirements. So we did narrow that language down to be a little bit more defined and to only be 4,000 square feet. And these would have to be lots that were already existing prior to 1973. It couldn't just be, somebody couldn't just subdivide a business district lot to less than 4,000 square feet and take advantage of this provision. Because it is important to note that, business district, the table of area, yard, and density in terms of the minimum square footage requirement, there is none, so you can have smaller lots, but they would not be able to take advantage of this. In order to amend this ordinance, obviously you would have to approve this, and you would also have to adopt a statement of consistency. We have an advertised public hearing that has been scheduled, so the public is encouraged to participate in this. At the meeting on June 16th, the planning board found that the text amendment is consistent with the Camo Land Use Plan and recommended that the Board of Aldermen approve it. I've attached their statement of consistency in your packets. But other than that, we would just need a motion, approving a consistency statement, as well as the ordinance itself amending the UDO. So I am happy to answer any questions from the board or from the public, since it is a public hearing. That's all I have for now.
So I will go ahead and declare this public hearing open. And if the board has any questions for Mr. Lloyd and also Mr. Thompson, this would be the time, for you to speak as well. If you'd like to speak, then the board can have questions. So, and of course, anyone else that would like to speak on this will be invited to also.
Mr. Mayor, Board, it is a pleasure to be before you this evening with this opportunity to speak about the property at 413 North House Street. I decided to, but first I decided to build on the property, and my wife changed my mind and said, sell that property. So I did. I put it on the market, and potential buyers were calling the city planner, Mr. Lloyd, and they were being told that that property required off-street parking. So I went to the city planner and requested to have a variance for that property, simply to utilize the property in the same manner that all of my neighbors had utilized their properties. And he said, well, Ron, that's not what we really need. We really need a text change, not a variance. We need to go to a text change because it causes some constraints to a property. The property is only 33 by 76 depth. And so I agreed with that, and I paid the fee for doing a text change, and we moved forward, and somewhere along the way there was complaints on the planning board about we need to find parking. And so I met with the committee, and I think I pointed out clearly that there's no way that you can find parking on that lot that's 33 feet wide, and even if it were wider, it would not be advisable to back out of a parking place onto House Street. It just simply was not a safe thing to do. Now, when I say utilizing it as my neighbors have utilized their property, just a few years ago, there was a building constructed directly in front of this property on a 33-foot lot, the exact same dimensions. And that was constructed, I guess, 4 years ago, somewhere in that area. We have buildings close by, like the Security Savings Building. It's huge. It's probably 7, 8 times the size of this little lot, and it has no off-street parking. And all the way up the street, if you go to Mr. P's, there'd be no parking. If you go to any of those little shops in that area, there's no parking. And my situation is this. Even if I built it out, this building could not draw enough traffic 33 feet wide that's going to cause a problem. We have some buildings that are coming forward that would cause a parking problem, but certainly not a building on a 33-foot lot in an area that, if you're familiar with it, there are really no parking problems in that area. I have another property just 4 doors up the street, the Saucy Southerner. There's no parking issues there. I go there daily, or pass through there daily. There's no parking issues. If you look at the pizza, Dry Street Pizza, there's no off-street parking. The wine rack, there's no off-street parking. So I'm just looking for the justice and the liberty. The same thing that's being done for everyone else. I'm not looking for favors or anything. I just want to utilize that property in the same manner that everyone else has been able to do so. So that's what I'm looking for from the Board of Aldermen. Are there any questions for me?
Thank you.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Is there anyone else? Yeah, let's clap. Yeah, please. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in public hearing on this topic?
Question for Mr. Lloyd. I think this does a very good job of really narrowing this down. Lots smaller, 4,000 square feet or smaller, zoned and in existence before 1973. My question is, how many of them are there?
So by these, before
Narrow standards.
there were more, but by these, there's only, I mean, there's 2 lots that would apply
Two
to.
lots.
Yeah.
So approving this would not make a sweeping change that other property owners could take a big advantage of,
No.
right?
No, ma'am.
Are we at the point, are you closing the hearing, or are we at the point?
There's no further questions, or, okay, I will close the public hearing.
Okay, I just have some comments, and I appreciate that this seems very benign to do this, but, and I appreciate the applicant's request for this text amendment. And I agree with the planning board that there's a need for parking relief for these smaller non-conforming lots. The need for flexibility in non-residential zoned areas regarding parking was part of the original genesis for the UDO update 2.11 conditional rezoning. The conditional rezoning process allows for some discretion regarding zoning requirements based on the project's proposed uses and design standards. As an example, prior to the adoption of this update, the 2.11, the planning board had no process by which they could consider the merits of reducing a parking requirement to preserve a large live oak, as an example. If we approve this text amendment, the table of permitted uses allows between 40 and 50 permitted uses by right on these lots, with very little setbacks, up to 40 feet tall with no parking requirement. This would include bars and restaurants. The conditional rezoning application process requires that the proposed project provide plans that specify the intended uses for the property, dimensional standards, and developmental standards such as parking, landscaping, design guidelines, and buffers. With the increasing pressures created by development and redevelopment within our community, it is critical that we find ways to partner with developers for the overall benefit of the community. So for that reason, I feel like that the text amendment really wasn't the appropriate route for this conversation, that the conditional rezoning was established in the UDO update that we just did in the past 2 years, was established for this very reason. And then, so that's where I am.
I have a question. So, do I understand that, okay, let me rephrase this. I want to find a way to say yes. So, the conditional zoning would be the appropriate way to do this as opposed to a text amendment?
So, just to give you an example, the 2 lots, you know, there are about 10 lots that are under 6,000 square feet. And originally, the initial request was for a 6,000 square, to allow 6,000 and less to have no parking requirement. So then the plan board tried to whittle it down, but what should have happened really is the process, that's why we have this conditional zoning process, because just as an example, the 2 lots that are affected by this, I'm assuming there aren't other ones, but that we've been given by staff, are both on the same block, on the same side of the block, about 3 or 4 lots down from hit Mr. Thompson's lot. And so we would be given parking relief to both of those lots. The other one's about a little over, fractionally over 3,000 square feet. So theoretically, You could have two 40-foot structures right there without any input about design or anything. I just think we're in this huge development crush on us, that the reason we created this was so that we could have some input on the design and the scale and uses and what's compatible. Mr. Thompson's lot is beside the cheese shop, just to give you orientation there. And there are condos above that. So, you know, there are mitigating circumstances that can be addressed with the conditional rezoning process. And yes, conditional rezoning process can ask to have parking relief because we're going to do this use. It's going to be office, or it's going to be this. And the design, it's going to be 2 floors, and it's going to look like this. And so it's a way that the city can work with who develops it.
So if Mr. Thompson came back and said, I'm applying for a conditional zoning for parking relief, where would that go? Would that go to the
Well,
planning
what would have to accompany that is you would have to have drawings. There's a set of things, a site plan it would have to be a package that said, I want parking relief, I'm doing this with the land, this is the scale of the building, whatever the particulars, without going through the whole ordinance. I mean, I have it here, but
Okay.
without going through it, that would be part of a package he would submit. Of course, it would go to staff first, but then it would go to planning board. I believe, right, Thomas? It would be a planning board process.
Yeah, I mean, I can go into that a little bit. I mean, so a conditional zoning site plan, you know, it's something that requires a high level of certainty. They got to know exactly what they're wanting to do. They have to have a design. It's not as simple as them just coming and saying, I don't want to have parking here. They have to have a design. They have to have elevations. They have to have height requirements. They have to have all this. The way this first started out is that this affected multiple properties, not just his properties. But over time, obviously, we reduced it to be for smaller size lots. Before, it was for anything up to 6,000 square feet. So we were trying to provide that relief for those lots, but over time, we've kind of whittled it down. A conditional zoning is certainly something that could be done in this case. I mean, really, it's up to the board. It could be done, but ultimately, the board does have to rule on something tonight, or they don't have to rule. You could, you know, put it off. But.
So Thomas, to do the conditional zoning, we'd ask Mr. Thompson to do more than we're asking Indigo to do, correct? So we've had Mr. Thompson here a number of times, and at the 11th hour now we're having this debate. And if I heard you correctly, if we do the conditional zoning with all the paperwork that he would have to do, it would be more paperwork for his 33-foot lot that we're asking Indigo Plantation to do for 1,542 residents and 80,000 square feet. So I'm a little...
I don't think more is really correct, but it would be a similar approval process in that it would be a zoning map amendment and it would be a site plan approval at the same time. Obviously, you know, it wouldn't be as detailed as something that's 350 acres, but there would be, you know, requirements that site plan would have to meet.
Not certainly the number of, because it's more lots, but the type of stuff that he would have to do would be very similar to the stuff that we're not actually asking Indigo to do yet, because we haven't got a detailed diagram of anything from them.
I mean, it's a different process, but, you know, he would have to have some elevations. He would have to have, you know, location of where the structure would be on the lot, all that type of stuff.
We don't have that from Indigo.
We absolutely do.
Mr. Thompson, please. If you'd go to the microphone so that we can all hear you, that'd be great.
It's very simple. It's only a 33-foot lot. That's all it is. There is a property directly in front of this lot that was built recently. They didn't have to do any of that. Didn't go through any of this stuff that I'm going through. And it's just not right. It simply should be build what you want to build on that 33-foot lot. No one else has parking. Ron, you should not have to have parking either. It's that simple. And so I should not have to go through the expense of hiring an architect to show somebody a plan that may not even be built. They may reject that plan and say, no, we don't like this. Find us another plan. It's a 33-foot lot. Just use your imagination as to what could go there. And you know my reputation in the town. I don't build junk. So that's all I have to say.
Anyone else? I already have. Yeah, I just let him speak because he asked to. I'm very generous in that regard. I always let public comment roll, no matter. But yeah, I closed it earlier. Thank you, Robert Carroll. So, any other questions or comments on this? Alderman Allen, I'd like to hear your thoughts, if possible.
Yeah, I guess I'd say I somewhat reluctantly agree with the Mayor Pro Tem, and I apologize to Mr. Thompson for that. I know he feels like he's been jerked around. The conditional zoning should have been, presented as the solution from the get-go. And it has nothing to do with trusting you. If you sell the lot, somebody can do anything they want to with it. And unfortunately, we've seen people who are doing things that we even, a few months or weeks ago, we probably never envisioned would happen. But we unfortunately are in a different situation now, and the development pressures on us are extreme. Land prices have gone up, obviously. And it's now economically viable to do things that have harmful effects on the rest of the town that we never envisioned could even happen, just even a few months ago, quite frankly. Personally, in my opinion, I think conditional zoning is the way to address the situation.
Thank you. Anyone else with a comment? Okay, I'll entertain a motion, and you have multiple options. What's your pleasure, Board?
I would like to make the motion that we approve the text amendment.
We have a motion to approve the text amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Alt. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to say something. I totally understand the need for relief from parking for this, but we have a process. There are at least 8 other lots that are undersized. They're anywhere from 5,600 square feet down to 5,200 in the business district, that when we stop at 4,000 square feet and you don't have to have parking, but then the lots with 52,000 square feet, they're going to be saying the same thing. So then now we're going to have to, that's why the conditional zoning process, rezoning process was created, so that we can give all that needs to be given based on what's going to be put there. You know, and the uses, you would identify the uses so we'd know the utilization. Currently, and it has been, I don't know how long it's been in ordinance, but the business district currently has always required parking to my knowledge. Now, a lot of the buildings along in different areas are grandfathered in because they were built way back before the UDO. And, but that's really part of my concern and the reason it was built. I mean, the reason it was in the UDO.
To put a little finer point on that, yeah, we're going down a slippery slope with this. So the next person with a slightly larger lot is going to come in and have the exact same argument for it. And then the next person with a slightly larger lot than that, and a slightly larger lot than that. And there's, I don't know how you're going to tell them no.
Tell them no by the fact that there is the additional condition of before 1973, and Mr. Lloyd has told us there's only one other lot that applies to. So this would not be sweeping change. This is, yes, conditional zoning was the right way to do it. We didn't do it that way. So lesson learned. But I don't think it's fair to the applicant, Mr. Thompson, to punish him for our not doing it the right way in the first place.
Okay, but there are other lots.
There are 8 more lots.
It's not just one lot. There's other lots.
But are they also lots that were created before 1973? Now, Thomas said there's only one other. Okay, so we have 2 things here. Lots that are 4,000 square feet or less. So people with a 5,000 square foot lot, they don't qualify. Okay, 4,000 square feet or less and created before 1973. That's a very narrow definition that doesn't need to apply to lots that are 4,100 square feet.
But if somebody comes in with a 4,100 square foot lot that did exist prior to 73, what are you going to tell them?
That they need to go and seek a conditional zoning.
Well, I'm glad we agree, and I'm glad that you'll be voting against the motion that's been made.
One of the things I want to point out as an example, 3 of the lots that qualify for the date that are old lots, there are 3 right beside each other. You know where the tap room is on the corner of 9th and Howe, the bar tap room? The next 3, there are 3 33-foot wide lots right as you're coming into town, right in a row. So are you going to, and they're only 5,200 square feet, but they have they're old lots, and they're only 33 feet wide. Are you going to say to them, well, okay, we'll amend the text for you, but if conditional rezoning is right for them, it's right, it's the process.
I disagree. I think the avenue of conditional zoning is the right way to go. We didn't go it this way, but we can in the future. But we're dealing with an applicant who is before us now, and we're kind of whipsawing him, I think, and that's just not fair.
And maybe somebody can refresh my memory, but we told Thomas to go forth and reduce the square footage and to do this whole thing. This board did that, did they not? Because we had 6 of them at the time. How do we get from 6,000 square feet, I think was at the beginning, down to 4,000 square feet?
They did that in the planning board.
Okay. So, okay. I've just seen his face here like 3 times and over a number of months, and I guess I'm trying to figure out how we have him keep coming back to all different parts of the city and get told all different types of things to do. That's my biggest point. This should have been resolved in the very beginning. If that's our policy, then that's our policy. But we didn't say that. We told him to go do the stand on his left foot and then stand on his right foot and then come back in here.
I've exhausted every avenue with the city. I think that the next step would be to go before the boards of adjustment.
We have a
after
vote.
the boards of adjustment, then we'd go out to the county. And all I'm looking for is to utilize the property in the same manner as all of my neighbors have. The same manner. Nothing's changed. Now, if the board wants me to put up the building and not sell it, just build a building and sell the building, I'm willing to do that. I want to utilize that property. It's I see. Okay.
And we have a motion and a second, so you haven't exhausted your remedies yet by any means. There will be a remedy one way or the other, sir. And
This is for Alderman Carroll. Is this the item that you've recused yourself on? Okay.
and he's so grateful for that right now, I'm sure. So anyway, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion or questions? We can certainly continue it. We understand both sides, absolutely. Yes, the motion is on the table. Right. Yes, to approve the text amendment as written by Mr. Lloyd.
We also need a motion to approve the consistency statement, if I'm
Okay.
not mistaken.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So in your motion, we would also need approval of the consistency statement. Okay. And I'm assuming a second by Mr. Alt. Okay, Alderman Alt, thank you. All right, any further discussion? We have a motion to accept the text amendment and to accept the consistency statement. All in favor, and a show of hands, please. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? Vote is 3-2, Madam Clerk, against the text amendment. Okay, thank you, Board. You still have a remedy, Mr. Thompson. You still do, and we'll work on that. Okay.
And I would ask staff to fully inform Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. Item 6, this is the BEMC 5-year contract. Ms. Fisher, if you're still here. Ellie Pittinger, yes, thank you. Superintendent Pittinger, thank you as well.
Make this short and sweet. It's time to renew the operations and maintenance contract with our co-workers, Brunswick Electric. And without any further ado, I'm going to ask Ms. Fish and her colleagues to come on up. Ms. Deborah Fish of Brunswick Electric is available for any questions regarding the approval of the renewal of the 5-year contract.
Yeah.
You could give us a brief synopsis of the contract. That would be excellent,
I'll be happy to do that.
in particular for our public also.
Okay, we were asked to be here tonight in case there were any questions about the revised 5-year operations and maintenance, and it's also the electric customer account services contract that we have with the city. I think this is year 20, of which I've been 17 years involved with it. This will be the 5-year contract. It starts July 2022, which is why it's important to get this hopefully handled tonight. Through June 30th of 2027, there were only minor changes to the contract. A specific change that occurs annually that's involved in this contract is the update to the service fees, and that did occur. The city and Brunswick Electric established a formula in 2008. It allows for an increase in the contract fees once per year, dependent on the number of city customers or service points, and any changes to the consumer price index. We followed that formula, and that is reflected in the contract. Any other changes in the contract were clarification purposes, or there have been a few changes in terminology over the last 5 years, and we included those in there. We are happy to answer any questions or hear any concerns you might have about the services the city is currently receiving from Brunswick Electric Membership Corporation. The city's customers are important to us. Our goal is to provide the city's customers with safe, reliable, affordable services consistent with a sound economy. And we also work with the city to support community and economic development. So we're here to answer anything you might have.
So, I'll ask. I guess this question is for Ellie or maybe for Deborah, I'm not sure which, but so we're going to have a 8 or 9% CPI increase? Is that correct? What is the increase?
Okay, I'm glad you asked that because I have brought so much information. Okay. The increase between May 2021 and May 22 in the CPI was 9.24%. Okay, the increase in the number of service points for the city was 3.11%, which is approximately 100 new customers. So the formula involves both of those factors, and we apply them to both the O&M contract fee and the customer account services fee. And overall, the increase between May 2021 and May 2022 is 6.7%.
Ellie, I presume we have budgeted that within the electric enterprise fund appropriately to absorb that increase?
That is correct.
I was asked to review this thing, and I'll be honest with you, I don't understand the subject matter of the contract that well with the Division of Electrical Services, but I did have a couple of questions about the changes. Just to make sure that doesn't turn out to be a big change. I noticed, and the first one's just a typo on page 14, it's section 3.1. I don't think we were supposed to strike out the residential service points. I think the formula is supposed to be residential service points plus commercial service points, right?
I hope that what we did was it's just service points. Instead of, we do not distinguish the difference. There is not a difference cost between residential or commercial. So we thought that it was a little confusing to break them out, and so the service point is a service point.
Same thing, service point, right. When
That's
you put in
correct.
a new meter, it doesn't matter whether it's residential.
According to this contract, that's how we count it.
On page 19, section 1.2.4, and this is a strange thing that jumped out to me because I'm wondering, the last time this was changed was 5 years ago, and I noted that solar or net meters, the cost of replacing those Who is that passed on to, the customer or the city?
It is passed on, so let's see, page 9. We added an example of a newly developing service request for solar metering. Okay, to clarify, this is a non-basic service.
Okay, and I'm trying to figure out, is that a change from the previous contract?
It is a change in the fact that the metering has changed. The cost of metering has changed. And so the solar metering, I also want to make sure this is clear.
I expect there's probably a lot more solar net meters now than there were 5 years ago, right?
Right, but the city is paying for those meters.
Okay, that's all I was trying to figure out, if the city was paying for it before versus now. I just was wanting to make sure that we weren't picking up something now to pay for that we weren't paying for before.
No, sir.
Perfect. Those were the only questions I had about it, but thanks.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? If not, we'll entertain a motion.
I do have one quick question. How is it determined the cost for hanging banners? Because you guys do that, don't you? The banners across the main House Street and whatever we do, you hang those banners for us, don't you? Because they're up by the electrical lines.
There's actually only 2 points left to string banners across House Street, and it's simply actual labor with a bucket truck time. It's hours.
And what's the fee for that now?
Okay, there isn't a set fee. We charge the city of Southport the actual cost for anything that we do. We do request a purchase order before this happens, and it's based on the number of banners. Like, for example, this year, sometimes it was a little bit more than banners. It might be also helping out at the community building or other things. But
streamers.
That's right, streamers.
Can you give me an example? I get complaints about this all the time, about how much it costs, and I can't even tell you how much it costs, but I get complaints about it. So I'm trying to figure out, how do you charge, how much, if I have a simple banner that goes from one end to one pole to the other, on average, what does that run?
Are you asking what the city charges customers?
I believe that figure is actually $650 now.
How much city charges? Does the city charge for customers for that?
Yes.
$350?
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
$650. Or $650. But it has nothing to do with us. We do, yeah, we do the
Well,
work on it.
is the city collecting the $650, or are we paying you $650?
The city collects that.
So that's a profit to us to run those banners, and that has nothing to do with paying them.
No, the city collects the fee, and then Brunswick Electric charges the city, and...
Is it $650?
Sir, I really don't, I can't say that, but I can tell you that this last time, there were 10 linemen in bucket trucks, and they started early in the morning, before hours. And
I'm not talking about the 4th of July. I'm talking about a simple banner that says you're going to have some kind of festival on the street.
There's one at the Circle K, there's one
Since I only get to ask this once every 5 years, that's why I'm asking.
Excuse me. Okay. We have an answer. It's $300. Is that correct? Community Relations, Randy Jones. It's $300.
$300 to pay the banner. Thank you very much, sir.
we were misunderstanding you. So yeah, the 4th of July banners, it is charged to the city, and the city Christmas lights and the holly trees, we did charge the city. But if we're asked to do those simple banners that you're mentioning right now, we do not charge for that. It's part of our contract.
Well, that's how I read it, but, so the $300 is going to the city for the banner, not your labor costs, which is how it is described.
Yes, sir.
It is described to the people applying for the banner that because of your fees, it has to be this price. And apparently, that's not an accurate statement, so tonight we flushed that out. So it has nothing to do with you now. It has to go back to the city as to, do we really want to charge people $300 to hang a banner? Which we don't do anything because you hang the banner.
Correct.
Okay, we still have gotten the banner discussion, good discussion. And so is there a motion to accept the contract with BEMC? Okay, Alderman Davis, is there a second? A second by Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion?
I just want to ask any update about underground electric? Because I know that we are funding.
Yes, we are moving forward with the Cape Fear and River Drive projects, and after that, we will be moving on to the west side, as stated in the preset work plans. That's this and the next couple of years, yes. Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor of accepting the contract with BEMC? Any opposed? Okay, motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pittenger. Thank you, BEMC, for all that you do for our city. Item H7, selection of engineering firm for shoreline stabilization. Mr. Hargrove.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the city submitted an RFQ for an engineering firm to help with shoreline stabilization projects along the waterfront. We received 3 bids. Staff has reviewed the proposals. 2 of the firms stood out based on their extensive work history and experience. In the end, city staff makes the recommendation to contract with Olson Associates Incorporated. They have the most experience along the East Coast, including experience working for Ball Head Island, Hilton Head, and the city of Southport. The project and management team have an impressive amount of experience. Under their coastal engineering umbrella, they include McKim and Creed, Tidewater Atlantic Research, and Davy Resource Group. So as I said before, city staff recommends Olson Associates, and I would like y'all to approve us to move forward to work with an agreement with this particular engineering firm on the shoreline stabilization project.
Any questions for the city manager or any questions concerning their recommendation?
I know that Olson Engineering helped design the 2019 plan, so they're familiar with Southport and our coastline.
I'll entertain a motion. Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Allen for Olson Associates to be recommended to give them a contract. Is there a second? A second by Mr. Carroll. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. Item H8, Planning Board appointment. Either Alderman Allen and or Mayor Pro Tem Mosteller, whoever wants to take this. Okay.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to table the appointment until after the planning board has completed their efforts regarding Indigo Phase 2 and the major site plan of 115 North House Street.
And I'd like to second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to table the appointment until after the Indigo Plantation Phase 2 and then also the project at 115 North House Street. Any further discussion?
I just want to say that the current member would continue to sit for.
Okay. Then the current member will continue to sit in the interim.
Yeah, that was the intention of the motion.
Okay, yes. Okay, we're ready to vote. I mean, it's up to you if you have further discussion. Yeah.
Reflect in any way on any of the applicants. It's just no need to change horses in midstream here.
All right. And I'm assuming that you won't have to re-interview or anything. You will just use the same interviews or
yeah,
no?
and I'm glad you brought that up.
Because there's, these people have other applications and interviews and.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up. Since we're here and we're deferring it, before we come back to consider it, the UDO states that all applicants must be interviewed by the committee selected by the Board of Aldermen, consisting of 2 board alderman members and the chair of the planning board. The last time we made appointments, made appointments to the planning board, the Board of Aldermen appointed Alderman Allen and myself as the planning board liaisons to do the interview, to be on the interview committee. This is consistent with the past process. What I'm asking is, do we need to reappoint 2 board members to that committee, or because we did it the last time, we would continue to be on the committee, the interview committee? I just want to make sure we have clarity, since that is specifically stated in the UDO.
So I'll entertain a motion that the previous interviewers, that the board reappoint them to do the interviews for the planning board. Yes, absolutely. That's what usually follows.
Would this mean that we are still open for more applicants to be interviewed?
No, no, not really. We wouldn't be, because we did the process and we advertised, we did all that. So I would say that would not be part of it. Yeah, we had a deadline.
Isn't the chairman of the planning board supposed to be on the interview committee?
She was.
Okay. So what do we?
I just want to clarify that the UDO actually says that we appoint the 2 board members to the interview committee. It's really cumbersome, and it needs to be addressed. But
yeah, my question would be, the appointment we made earlier this year for the interview committee, would that continue to exist? We could make that assumption, or each time we have an opening, we would have to reappoint members of this board to be part of that interview committee, and we could make that assumption as well. So I don't have an answer. Perhaps we can ask our.
Well, typically it's been the liaisons. Typically it's been the 2, and I think that this conversation may still exist, because there used to be only 1 liaison to the planning board, but now there are 2, or they've been 2 since, like, I think 2008 or so. So I think that might be an artifact from that. But anyway.
It's interesting that the language regarding the zoning, the Board of Adjustments, is slightly different, because it does state 1 liaison, 1 member of this board, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't have the answers. Perhaps the city attorney can review that language and get back to us with an answer.
I wasn't prepared to answer on that right now. I'll tell you the general rule is, though, that when it comes to things like the interviewing of people like that, you'd have pretty much unfettered discretion on whether you wanted to do it as a whole body, whether you wanted to delegate it to 1 of you, a group of 3 of you, 2 of you, however you wanted to do it.
You will review that language?
Yes,
and get-
I'll get you an answer in the next day or so on that.
Thank you.
The configuration of the interviewing committee is a separate issue from the issue at hand, which is, we have a motion on whether we are going to, what?
We are tabling.
I'm losing the trail here.
We're tabling the appointment. So that was, that's easy. I think everyone agrees with that. That's a unanimous.
Nice, simple.
But the second part that Mayor Pro Tem brought up was concerning that the board did not actually appoint the two, or reappoint the two liaisons and the chair to do the interviews, but the interviews were done. So is there a problem with that? And the attorney doesn't see a problem with that, so there's no problem with that. So this will be tabled until after the 115 North Howe and.
You do need a vote on this,
Yeah, we
don't
will,
you?
but I'm just restating it. At 115 North Howe and Project Indigo. Once that is completed, then the board will make their appointment to the planning board. Okay. And without any further discussion, I'll entertain a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Item H10, this is appointment to the ABC committee. Candidates were interviewed. They were all very qualified. And I would like to call on the ABC store manager, Mr. Dunn, Todd Dunn. He has agreed to come tonight. He's going to tell us a little bit about the store, his board, and who they appointed.
Thank you very much. As Mayor Hayden said, my name is Todd Dunn. I've been the manager of the Southport ABC Board for going on 8 years now. We're comprised of 3 board members. As you've probably seen, hopefully have visited or soon will visit our new ABC store that we just got into just right before July the 4th. Proud to say, thankful for our local July 4th Festival. We had our busiest weekend on record. But like I said, we're comprised of 3 ABC board members. Our profits, just in case you didn't know, 5% of our profits go to the local Southport Police Department. 7% go to alcohol education rehab, which we sponsor the Anchor Initiative through the Brunswick County Sheriff's Department. And the rest of our profits goes to the city of Southport. And it keeps, even with the new build, it's so far increased every year. We've had a really cohesive board over the last several years. And like Mayor Hayden said, we interviewed all the applicants, and we have decided that it's appropriate and we should reappoint Mr. William Davis to the ABC board.
Any questions for Mr. Dunn? I was in the store today. It is beautiful. It has a great mural. The product, the way it's laid out is really a tribute to the city in many ways. So thank you, Mr. Dunn. Any questions for the store manager?
I'd like to make a motion to also table this appointment until we've obtained additional information regarding the position and the committee's roles and responsibilities, including bylaws and other documentation.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I could tell you why I second it. We just heard really good news and interesting news about the success of the store. We haven't heard very much about what the board itself does. And frankly, I'm not prepared to vote.
I can let you know what the board does. I just didn't know how much explanation you wanted to know on that one.
Well, I can tell you this. I have looked at the state law on this. It's pretty dense. I've been through it a couple of times. I think I know most of it, but I have looked for the board's minutes. you're the manager, you're not.
They're
the board.
available at the store. You can come ask for them at any time. They're available.
Well, however,
And I am making a
they
website
are
and I will upload
supposed to
them.
be posted as public documents, and they are, some of them are posted, but it's just a list of the topics that were under discussion as opposed to exactly what the
Yeah,
discussion
the
was.
minutes are just to be made public to anybody who asks. They're not required to be posted to like any website, but I am creating a website. If that's something you request, I can start posting and scanning and putting them onto my website.
I don't even know that that's your responsibility or your job to do that. It would seem to me that it would be the board's responsibility.
I'm the one that produces the minutes for the board every month. I'm the general manager, and I guess you consider it secretary. And I am and we're actually a state board. We're not really, the only thing the city really takes care of is appointing the members.
Well, can I ask you a question here?
Yes.
In the strata, is the board here and you're here?
The board is my boss.
So we ask the employee to hire their boss. That would like be asking Mr. Hargrove to hire, to make a recommendation on who's going to be the next mayor.
Actually, Mayor Haydom, another board member plus me.
But you are part of that process. You're 1/3 of that process, correct? And I'm trying to figure out how we got the process here that the employee is hiring or making the recommendation, 1/3, 33 and 1/3 of the vote.
I mean, I
by
could
the
have had one
employee.
of my board members, but I was asked to come make the recommendation.
I'm not blaming you at all.
I would like to, yeah, some of, obviously, there's a,
It's a state board, and it's different, it's set up different.
And then there's a whole long stuff about local boards and their powers, their responsibilities, their limitations, the configuration of the board. They get paid, among other things. And exactly what the reporting requirements are. And so we don't have anybody from the board here to answer the questions about that. I don't have any problem with the people who are applicants or with whatever recommendation there is. I think that they're probably doing a great job. I think you mentioned some very impressive numbers, for example.
Yes, we've given over $500,000 to the city over the last 2 consecutive years.
He's just delivering the recommendation from that board.
Okay,
And
why
he
is
was-
the board doing that? Why isn't the board, somebody from the board here doing that? And there are only 3 members of this board. It can't be
By
5.
state, that the state determines.
It can be as many as 5.
But the state determined how many. So if you would, give us the qualifications of Mr. Davis, who he is, and why y'all recommend him.
He's a 73-year resident of Southport, born and raised here. Mother was a teacher in the area. Grandmother owned a restaurant. He's helped lead us through financing, building the new store, getting it prepared. He takes care of all of our employees really well. He watches after us. He makes sure the city, and also representing the city, he's not out for certain products. I won't mention any names on the applicants, but there was one applicant who made a comment to one of my employees that this would be her way to be able to get the special products that we get. He's not into it for himself. That's one of the big things. He is a long-time upstanding citizen, marches in the parade usually. He's just all around a good guy. He's been with it. Even looking back at since I started, he's the one that knows my employees' history. If something were to happen, well, he knows things that I've been through with employees when I have to come to them and say, hey, I've got this employee issue. He's my long-standing board member with the rest. I've got two other great board members also, but these two, he's my most senior, not just in age, but my most senior board member who I can count on, and I'm just passionate. He's just I can't ask for a better person, and we were open-minded on the interviews, but it's like any position. It's like a job. If you're doing a great job at your position, you should be rewarded.
Jobs don't have terms, and these positions do have terms. And so for that reason, I think there's great value in bringing, I'm not going to say the word, well, bringing youth to the table and bringing a new perspective to any committee or board that serves the people of Southport. So, part of my reason, obviously I hit a nerve here tonight with my motion to table this. I didn't know the recommendation. I appreciate the recommendation. I didn't know coming into tonight's meeting, so I had no clue that Mr. Davis was going to be the nomination. I just would like to see, I appreciate the interview process. I appreciate what everyone did there. I know some of these people. I'm sure they're all around good guys too.
Yeah,
but that's not enough to qualify you to hold that position. So I'd like to look at this a little closer. I'd like to better understand the roles and responsibilities of this board. I'd like to see the bylaws that govern how the board acts, and then be able to make an informed decision about who we appoint to that position. So,
And I'd like to, is it not true that you asked to be put on the agenda for last month to speak on behalf of the incumbent?
If need be, if it would have helped, like I said, because it's always
So
been
you were going to make a decision before anybody else was interviewed. You had made up your mind.
No, that's not accurate. It was placed on there, but the interviews were not completed, so we took it off.
They weren't completed until Tuesday, okay? So
They were completed prior to this meeting. That is
Right. We
accurate.
completed them last Friday and yesterday. We did interviews. At the time of the first meeting, we had two applications I was giving. One of them has lived in Southport for 1 year. The other one's the one that made the comment to me. And I felt she was wanting it for the wrong board, and somebody had been just here for a year, just basically not randomly chose the town, but it's just, at that time when we first made the appointment and didn't interview, it's like a job interview. I don't interview everybody that applies for a job. And also, a few of these people, one person interviewed want to know why they haven't been interviewed for some other boards.
Madam Clerk, do you have any idea of the timeline of the receipt of these applications that we have? We have now 6 applications, I believe, for the ABC board. And so can you give us the timeline? Were those applications in before the last meeting?
I believe so. I can check and see what the cutoff was for the notification that we
Is
placed
there a
on them.
reason why he wouldn't have received those prior?
April 29th was our original deadline.
Yeah.
And then we recommended Mr. Davis at that point, and it was sustained. And I will say his term is already, I'm surprised the state hasn't started getting to me about getting somebody reappointed.
If this is any help to clear up I was just looking at the appointing statute. You're right, there are two options that are provided. It's a 3-person board or a 5-person board. We've got a 3-person board. You could, if you wanted to in the future, change it to a 5-person board. One of the things you have to keep in mind is that once somebody is appointed, as Alderman Carroll pointed out, these have terms. At the end of their term's up. But to remove someone before the end of a term, you have to have cause to do it. So this is not the ordinary type, like a planning board member. I suppose you could remove it at your pleasure. But an ABC board member, you have to have cause. Once they've been appointed during that term to want to remove them, you need cause for it. So
I'm not sure that's not in play today. Nobody's suggesting that.
No. I was
Okay.
just saying that's
All right.
one reason that you definitely, you need to take care in appointing people is that you're stuck with them unless proof cause to remove them later. But yes, you're correct. You are the appointing authority. All he's making is a recommendation. The call is left up to the board as to who they want.
You need to make a decision on this. You either reappoint him or you don't. It's not table. This is
Then
your decision.
If that's where we are and we're not going to table that, then I would make wasn't prepared to do this tonight, but I am. I'd make a motion to appoint Mr. Poppy, Jim Poppy, to the board.
I don't know what the protocol would be, because I would make the motion to appoint Mr. Davis. So would we vote on your motion first? Okay.
What the attorney was saying.
I think I mean, in theory, you could leave a vacancy if you wanted to for some period of time until you filled it. But when the term ends up, the term is up. I didn't come prepared tonight to look at what happens with a holdover board member if they continue to serve until another person's appointed or not.
Would it be possible for us to vote to extend the board member whose term is up, to extend that until we are prepared to make a vote?
What is his term?
3 years.
And when does the term actually end?
It's already ended.
So he's a holdover at this point?
Yeah, he's been acting chairman. But I do recommend I was recommending Mr. Davis to be the chairman, but whoever is the newly appointed one, I highly recommend that person is not appointed chairman right away. That person should not be appointed.
And to clarify, this board actually also picks who the chair is going to be. The governing board of the town designates who the chair would be. No.
No. No, we don't vote on the chair.
You will appoint the chair. If we reappoint somebody different,
This
will have to.
board, the Board of Aldermen determines who the chair will be.
So can I just ask a couple questions?
Yes.
Mr. Davis has been serving as the chair of this committee.
Since Mr. Jones stepped off the board, he's
Right.
been the chairman.
Right.
Before that, he was just a board member.
Right.
He'd been a long-standing
And
board
y'all have
member.
been really successful.
Yes, highly successful. We're one of the most successful boards in the state. We're going to do about $5.6 million
I want to
this
know
year.
where we are.
We have a motion on the table to table.
table.
Yes.
Okay. And we're still in discussion. To
Okay.
add to the discussion, I think all of the commentary that we've been having and the questions we've raised do suggest that we're not ready to make an appointment. I mean, I'd be very happy to reappoint Mr. Davis. But at this point, I don't want to take a vote with a void of information. I mean, there's so much more I want to know.
Okay,
I
so
mean, I'm hearing,
other-
I'm not clear about what the board does. It's starting to sound like that there's crossover between what the manager does and what the board does.
The
Madam-
board oversees
Madam
me
Da-
to make sure I'm doing proper work. I report to them. We have a board meeting like here every month, every second Wednesday at 6:30. We've been meeting at Indian Trail because of COVID. In the protocols that Mr. Davis and everybody else helped put in, we've had one COVID case amongst our employees since the whole start. I mean, that could be a little bit of luck, but we have, we've been meeting down there. I report to them once a month. If I have employee issues, now there are certain things I can make the automatic fire on termination, but like any kind of termination, raises, day-to-day activity, building a new store they had to approve, any kind of major spending they have to approve. and go through them.
Madam Davis, I'd like to have a little further conversation about.
Let me tell you something that may help you on this. Again, you were asking what happens now, and the statutory site for it is 128-7. And the statute says that the officers shall continue in their respective offices until their successors are elected or appointed and qualified, which in other words means you can keep going right here for a little while with a holdover if you want to, until you decide what change to make.
Then my motion to table stands. But Madam Davis, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the 5 people that did volunteer their time to be interviewed and say we'd like to participate in this process. I do not want to continue to discourage people from standing up and saying I would like to participate. Every time we reappoint someone that's been on the board 8 years just because they're a really good guy or whatever it may be, it discourages someone from taking the step to do that again the next time. So we've got 5 applicants here. Some of them are extremely well qualified. You know, there's one-pagers, and then there's others that have an entire stack of, resume.
Very good argument for tabling this for more information. I've heard more information about the board and the operations tonight than I've ever had. And, there's a lot of new information here. And I think we need more. And
I would be glad to come quarterly and give quarterly information.
No, that's the board's job.
Yeah.
Let's get straight whose job is what. The chair of the board is responsible for notifying everybody what's going on with their board. It's not the employee who's responsible for doing that. And so we have to this is where we've had this since basically the last election process, trying to get a handle on how boards are, what they do, how they're appointed. We've gone through years of no minutes being posted, years of no notices of people when their positions are up. The city has done a terrific job now in the past year, at least the past year, maybe longer, of doing that now. We've got a whole bunch of people who are applying for jobs because they now know there's a job out there. And this has to be much more transparent than it is now.
A question for the
I would say
attorney?
that the city clerk and the city staff have done a great job at notifying both this board and the public of vacancies. So, yeah, I just want to make sure, because what you said didn't sound like that.
I apologize. I'm complimenting the city staff.
This has been a transparent process. We had wonderful interviews. Whatever board people are interviewing for, we appreciate them coming in, taking the time, doing the application and that type thing. So anyway, so we have a motion to table this appointment.
Madam Clerk's got some comments she'd like to make, maybe.
Sorry, I just wanted to add that I believe I did forward all the applications in advance to Mr. Dunn, but it was the consensus that he told me that they wanted to Mr. Davis to continue serving, and then when it was brought to the Board of Aldermen, they wanted more information. They wanted to make sure all the candidates were interviewed. But at the last meeting or the one before, I did include part of the general statute that defined how the members were appointed. I will find that information again and resend it to you all.
Okay,
The
thank you.
city attorney, while we're still in discussion about the tabling, at what point would it be appropriate for us to take into consideration increasing the board numbers to 5?
That would have to get state approval.
3, and the board chairman is one of the applicants to continue, and so that leaves 2. And if somebody's sick or on vacation, there's only 2 board members. So it would make sense to me to have 5 members, and then that would open up opportunities for more people to serve on the board. So the question to you is, when is it right to take that into consideration?
It's an 18B-700. That's going to take me just a second to find it again.
And if I understand,
I'm working on my phone
you can,
here,
but then you have to send it off to the state to request expansion of the board. You can request it, yeah. You have to ask to expand.
And
I
I've
like
never
that.
seen the actual procedure. I know the statute says the two options are 3 and 5, and the board, I think in the first instance, you would be the one to go to the state. If that's the
From my
procedure that
understanding.
the state ABC board
Yes.
requires, you do it. You know what I mean? It can't come from the board, the ABC board. It has to come from the town's governing body that requests to go to 5. And I can find out for you. I was getting ready to say, I could find out for you the mechanics behind it. I'm not positive that you have to go through the state. I suspect you probably do if you've already looked at it.
Yes, from my understanding, if I'm understanding it correctly, I haven't looked at it in complete
Madam
detail
Clerk.
because we've never really had an issue with, every time which I understand you're wanting to have younger people, not younger, or newer people on the board, but at the same time, I just know Mr. Davis, he's a longstanding citizen here. He's out for the good of the town and the town and the board store itself.
Madam
and
Clerk.
the employees.
You've got
I
some
was-
other comment?
We do have a motion on the board, or for the board, that you wanted to table the appointment
That
tonight.
motion.
And then I think there was another motion to appoint Mr. Davis. And then if you wanted to make a motion.
No.
There's a motion for Mr. Pope.
Yes.
And
And then
that-
Mr. Davis. But
Well,
then the board
Mayor
could.
Pro Tem said she would make one for him.
Those aren't really,
No.
because they didn't get seconds,
Right.
so you
So
only have the one.
We have one motion to table the appointment.
If you would like to move the process along a little faster and request that we submit for 5 members, you could make a motion on that tonight, and then
I
it'll be
would
in the
like to,
minutes.
I'd like to amend my motion to include that. So, to table the decision and to increase the board from 3 members to 5 members.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so the motion is to table the appointment of the recommendation of the ABC Board, Mr. Davis, who's the chairman, and he will continue to serve during this time. And the second part of the motion is that the board would like to expand the ABC Board from 3 members to 5 members to begin that process.
Or to explore.
Oh.
Was that it, to explore what the process was?
Yeah.
To outright do
We
it?
can't automatically do it. We have to go through the state. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Right. Request to expand from 3 to 5 members. We have a second.
Would you consider splitting that into 2 motions? I could support going to 5, and to support tabling Mr. Davis.
Yeah. So we'll separate it out. Is that, you willing to do that?
Robert would amend it to that.
Yeah, I'll admit, I'd like to,
How would you like, Alderman Carroll, how would you like your motion to read? You want to separate it out or keep them together?
I would like to separate it out. So let's amend it to separate a motion to table and then a motion to move forward with adding 2 more members to the current 3-member board.
Okay. All right, so our first motion and to table the appointment of Mr. Davis. Is there a second? There is with Mr.
Second.
We have a second on that. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor to table the appointment, show of hands, please. Okay. All opposed? 2. So the vote is 4-2. So the appointment is tabled. And we have a second motion, and that motion is to expand the ABC Board from 3 members to 5 members. Motion by Alderman Carroll, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Alt, second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Item H10, the Board of Aldermen requests that the Planning Board review the UDO requirements for the Central Business District and make any resulting recommendations. Okay. There's a motion by Alderman Davis and a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion on this?
My interest in doing this and my support for it is that it has become very evident with the application before us for 115 North Howe that we need to address some of the deficiencies. I mean, when we updated the UDO, we thought we had dealt with this kind of thing well, but now we're seeing, I guess, unintended consequences and that really need to be addressed. And the process has to be that it goes to the Planning Board to study and come back to us with a recommendation on text amendments, yes or no, or whatever, and then we get to have a public hearing and vote. So yes, that's my part of the discussion.
Need to continue to update the UDO. It's, as they say, a living document, and as the need arises, and we try to stay ahead, but sometimes we don't. So we will in this regard. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Thank you. And item 11, this is the city manager salary update to a more accurate number. Please.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, Lou, before you do this, because this is based on discussion that was in a closed session, I'm struggling to know how to respond.
I hope I can help you out with that. The actual action that you took at the end of the meeting last time was an open session action.
Correct,
Obviously,
correct.
anybody's pay and benefits are a public record matter. So I guess technically what she's doing is to modify the city manager's salary to conform to what her understanding of the consensus was that you had earlier.
Well, I'm not so sure there was consensus, so since the vote was not. So that's what I don't know how much to say. That's what I'm saying.
I suppose an easier way to do it would be just to modify it to X number of dollars, if that's what the result that you're.
That the new salary for the city manager be $125,000. My recollection of our very long and complicated discussion, which included considering percentages, considering amounts. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm still discussing. Okay, the motion is to, it's a corrective motion to establish that the city manager's new salary be $127,125.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second it.
Second by Alderman Alt. Any further discussion?
I think that I think we have to. If we're going to discuss this, this has to go into. I think we have to go into closed session. I don't think we can discuss this matter without going into closed session.
Discussing correcting the salary. That's public knowledge?
Well, I think in order.
We have an attorney right here. Please guide us through this.
If the only action you're taking is setting a salary right here, or amending it anything like that, it's going to be something that you're going to have to do an open session part anyway. If you start talking, if you have a discussion about job performance, qualifications, things like that, those are the items that are listed in 168-168 as being confidential.
Okay.
So this part right here, this narrow little slice that we're doing right here, I think we probably have to do this in the open session.
Okay, well, I'd like to talk about why that number exists.
Different story entirely.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay.
About that. If you want to get into the justification for it, then yeah, that's a closed session discussion.
I don't think we can
in
have.
discussion anyway.
No, I don't think we can have this conversation without going into closed session. And
What's the issue? Well, I don't understand why we're discussing
What is the
this.
conversation or the issue? Yeah, I
No,
thought
the
we were
issue-
just adjusting the inaccuracy of the salary.
I'll support this. Well, what's inaccurate is that's not what he's getting paid. So when we made the motion based on a percentage. There was some inaccurate information that we received, and that percentage was based on the inaccurate information. During closed session, there was a number discussed, an actual number, not just a new number, not just the percentage. And that number was said multiple times, and I think that what Lowe's trying to do is to say that that number was said, not just the percentage. Whether the information was inaccurate or not doesn't matter. Is that where we are?
Yeah, I mean, we should have had in front of us by our own information gathering, something that reminded us what we voted on last year to be his salary. We didn't. I didn't have it. I don't know if anybody else did. The city manager gave us a chart showing the comparison of city manager salaries, and there was inaccurate information on that as to what his salary was. We ultimately, after all of our discussion, had set the, whatever it was, the cost of living increase at 8% and the actual merit increase at 5%. We thought that that came to $127,124. Okay, but when you apply that percentage to the actual correct number, it comes out to be less. So my understanding of what all we said was not that the percentage was wrong, but the percentage did not produce the number that we had agreed on.
The minutes state that what we agreed to do, which was increase at 13%.
Okay, but
So
increase
it ought to just
what
be,
to
it ought to be 13%. What was his previous salary? Multiply it by 1.13, and that's his new salary. I'm not going to sit here and approve a specific number tonight because I don't have any idea where that number's coming from.
We did talk about this number, and we debated that number a lot, and as a result, I voted no. But ultimately, we had in front of us a number for what his current salary is, and it was...
Who provided that number?
It doesn't matter.
Who provided that number?
Whatever the actual number was, if we had the wrong number, we had the wrong number. So what's the real number? You multiply by increase it by 13%, and we're done. I don't understand what the issue is. We didn't approve a number that night. We approved a percentage. So just apply the percentage.
We thought that percentage would get him to a certain number, and it didn't because we were it was going to be 13% of this when in fact this was wrong.
All right, to speed this along, I'm going to second the motion, so we'll have a vote, and then we'll just move on to the next topic.
I just feel like we're
I'd just like to
shortchanging
go
the
on the
city
record
manager.
again saying that this conversation should be held in closed session. I can't speak clearly. I can't speak openly about what took place that night because it's inappropriate. So I've said that we should be in closed session. We haven't done that. it's inappropriate.
But this board voted to put it on y'all added it to the agenda. I usually don't allow.
The issue is.
Let me finish. I usually don't allow anything on the agenda, and Mayor Pro Tem knows this, unless there's some sort of information on it, or unless it's something emergent or that type thing. So if you tabled the reappointment, it sounds like we can table this until we have more information about the number that you're trying to do, and we can go into closed session, Alderman Carroll. That would be fine. We could do that.
I think we.
As long as it's not
So-
tonight.
I know where the number came from, and I'm guilty of the number, so I am very comfortable going into closed session to discuss what was said during closed session. I know where the number's coming from. I'm not surprised by the number.
It's arithmetic issue, frankly. But yes, I would be very happy to withdraw my motion and exchange
No.
it for a tabling, or just leave, actually withdrawing this and making a motion that at the next regularly scheduled public meeting, we go into executive session for further discussions about the city manager's salary.
So we have a motion to table what the board had voted on to place on this agenda concerning the salary, the city manager's salary, and instead go into closed session at the next regular Board of Aldermen meeting. Is there a second?
Hello?
Okay, so there's,
Well, I'm going to second it just so we can have the discussion for a minute.
is there a second to Madam Alderman Davis's motion?
The motion is simply to table tonight and defer this, delay this until next meeting.
Is there an issue with us going into closed session tonight?
Oh,
Have to advertise. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Has to be advertised or no?
I don't believe it has to be advertised. Typically, it's on the agenda beforehand,
Right.
but as long as you have grounds, I think it's okay.
You can go in, obviously at the beginning, you gotta say the reason you're going in, and it's obvious from this that we're going in. If you were to do it right now, we'd be going to discuss a personnel matter, which is one of the permitted.
Okay. So what we would need is a motion to go into executive session. Tonight would be a little rigorous.
yeah.
Not for me. Like I said, I work 14 hours. Keep going. I'm ready, but I'm concerned about others.
Could we not, I mean, if we're in discussion on this, if we delay till next month, it could be, what if we make a change to the salary, then it could be retroactive. There's no need to speed this up and do it tonight, right?
I don't mind going into executive session for a personnel matter, just pleasure of the board. There's a motion.
Did you remove your motion to table it? Where are we in that?
There was no second. Is that
There was no
correct? There was no
second.
second to that motion. Yeah.
I'd make the motion that we go into closed session to have this personnel conversation.
Second.
Oh, my God.
Okay, there's a motion to go into closed session, and there is a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion?
I just want to make sure to the attorney, this is the way to do it.
This is
Right.
Certainly a permissible way to do it, if you want to go in there to.
Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? 5-1. So we will, we'll go into closed session
Sorry.
to discuss a personnel matter.
But we could do it out here. We don't have to go into closed session.
Yes, exactly. We are a motion to go out of closed session. Second. A motion and a second. All in favor? Okay, unanimous on that. And now I would like for one of our aldermen, maybe Alderman Lowe Davis, to repeat the motion that we're going to be voting on concerning the city manager salary situation.
The motion before us is to establish that the city manager's salary for this year is $127,125 for the year, for this fiscal year.
The motion, is there a
And I
second?
second it.
And second by Mr. Alt, so we have it re-motioned, re-seconded, and we have a very clear motion. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor? Show of hands. Okay. 4. Any opposed? Okay. All right. 2. 4 to 2. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Board.
Thing, just so I want to make sure the public understands that this is not a reflection on the city manager. It is this was an attempt to correct what 4 of us at least believe to have been an arithmetic area.
Thank you. All right, committee reports. Planning Board. Mayor Pro Tem?
Don't really have anything. You have the minutes in your packet. And tomorrow, I want citizens to know, tomorrow at 3:30 at the Indian Trail Meeting Hall will be the first work committee meeting regarding the 115 North Howe Street project. And then next Thursday is the regularly scheduled planning board meeting. And of course, public comment is always welcome there, and it'll be here at the community building at 6 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lombardi, any committee reports? Okay.
I have another committee. Do you want me to do it?
Yes, if you do. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Parks and Recreation and Open Space, the Parks and Recreation and Open Space Master Plan Survey will continue to be available on the city website through July 31. In addition to being able to access the survey online, on the city website, citizens can pick up a hard copy of the survey at City Hall or at the Parks and Recs Department office beside the gym. So far, we have received over 400 surveys, so just to let y'all know that in the world of surveys, apparently that's a lot, but we need more. So our Parks and Recs Director Heather Hemphill asked me to again emphasize the importance of completing the survey. This is an important opportunity for citizens to give their input and participate in the process. Citizen input will drive the success and outcome of this process and the planning goals in Southport's updated 2023 to 2028, if you can believe that, Parks and Recreation and Open Space Master Plan. The city dock repairs are complete. So please take a moment and go walk and enjoy this public water access. In regards to, I wish Brian was still here, in regards to the future kayak launch at the end of West Street, the city has received notification that we were selected to apply for the CAMA Access Funding Grant. The grant application will be due September 19th. So just know that we continue to be a work in progress, and that there will be a kayak launch one way or the other. The work at Taylor Field is on schedule. The site prep is complete, including the clearing and the grading. All pre-construction inspections and permits have been received, and construction continues. For all of you asking about the dog park, the expected completion date of Taylor Field Park is September 12th. And as a reminder, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board regular meeting is scheduled each month on the second Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. at the Indian Trail Meeting Hall. The public is always invited. We have these handful of boards with these handful of appointments, but volunteers are important to come to every meeting and participate in every meeting, whether you're sitting on the board or not. It's important that everybody participate, and that's a way that you can express your volunteerism and participate. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Alderman Lombardi.
Well, beautification suspended their July cleanup. However, we did form a pop-up committee and we refreshed the planters at the main firehouse. That's about all we did.
Joyce. Alderman Lowe Davis.
Forestry Committee met, as it always does, on the second Tuesday, so day before yesterday. Actually, let me correct that. There was no meeting in June. The May minutes will be posted. They were approved. They will be posted. The committee is chewing on a number of things. And we did get a report that the walking tour, the trees walking tour, there's a pamphlet that has, I think it's 18 of our most significant trees. You can walk around town, visit the tree, hear about it, read about it, and it is also online, so you don't have to be reading while you're walking. So you can refer to that anytime. It's been such a success that the committee has ordered 500 more copies. They're available at the Visitors Center, at hotels, and there's a holder next to the cannon. The cannon has a name. It's Thor, and it has its own little garage, or carport, or cannon port, I guess, between the library and the Indian Trail meeting room. So there's a whole bunch of them there, too. That's it.
Thank you. Alderman Alt.
Nothing.
Alderman Carroll.
Randy briefed you on how great the 4th of July Festival was. So that was a great time. I appreciate everybody coming out, and I look forward to next year.
Mr. Allen.
I just, real quick, I really do want to sincerely thank Randy and Tom and Chief Coring and Chief Drew and everybody with the city staff. It is amazing we put this festival on, and it's also amazing how quickly all signs of it disappear. I just want to thank all of everybody for their great work.
Manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to thank all the city staff for everything they did to make July 4th weekend a success. I know it's a lot of hard work. Everybody was up to the task and much appreciated. It was my first one here, actually. Well, it was my second one, but first one I was allowed to actually enjoy because we had it. But at the end, it was a wonderful event, and I just wanted to thank everyone.
Mayor's report. In it, we fortunately this meeting we covered most of my comments, which is great, from historic preservation. July 4th was fantastic. Thank you, Randy. The firefighters competition, just wonderful, Chief. I'm so glad it was back. In terms of kayak launch, I met with the Eric King. He's the manager of the marina now. Morningstar has purchased the marina, and they are very environmental conscious, and they want to work with us on the kayak launch. In fact, they're saying they want to contribute monetarily, and once that building is complete, it will be safe to start the work on that. So I'm very confident concerning the kayak launch. When you think of Kay, think of King, think of kayak. He's going to help us get through there, so I'm not worried about that. Unity event. You saw the red T-shirts. It was a wonderful event on Saturday. First Lady and I went. They had a water slide, crafts, food vendors. It was fantastic. Even had their a kickball a game, and that was a very enthusiastic. So that was a wonderful event. Look forward to it again next year. And as you know, we have the special call meeting, joint meeting on Monday at 6 o'clock to hear the impact analysis with respect to Indigo Phase 2. And again, a wonderful July 4th. That's why I wore red, white, and blue. Something we can build on and proclaim. So thank you, and just thank all the volunteers and everyone who made that just such a great event. Staff reports are in your packet.
I'm sorry, can I add one thing real quick? I'm going to be gone next week. I've told some of y'all that, but I wanted to let the rest of the board know I won't be here, but I hopefully will be listening in from the Bahamas.
There we go. Enjoy.
They have very iffy internet down there.
So, item M, board comments. Alderman Allen, you can add to your great comment right there. It'd be hard to add to that. Alderman Carroll.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about the two appointments just briefly. This was not a personal thing by any means. I look at the packet, I look at the applications, and I also want to know what each of these boards do, what their bylaws are, how they're governed, and I don't fully understand that. So it's hard for me to vote on something that I don't fully understand, and that is part of it. The planning board fairly easy, but I think that right now it's important to keep the current member where he is as he sits on multiple committees for that board as it relates to both Indigo Phase 2 and the major site plan at 115 North House Street, which are two very important projects. So I just want to clarify that had nothing to do with personalities. I appreciate everybody's support. I appreciate Ms. Kirkman. Thanks for coming. Thanks for your emails. I appreciate everybody's emails. I don't always have time to respond, but if you want to call me, you can do that too, because I'm usually pacing in front of my office on phone calls. So feel free to do that.
Mayor, can I, real quick, is there an appointee to the ABC Commission like we have for the Planning Board and the Forestry Commission? Would it make sense to have an alderman?
You mean a liaison?
A liaison to the ABC Board?
Yeah, I've been doing it.
Okay.
I'm the liaison. Yeah.
Okay.
Chief Drew, from this 4th of July compared to other 4th of Julys where we actually had the event, did you guys run more calls for service? You have. I was down here a lot, and I heard your sirens all the time, and it just amazed me that there was that many calls for service on that particular day. Okay. And I've already spoken to Chief Coring and congratulated him. Congratulations. But I thought it was really good. Your people got through all the traffic and the mess and stuff, and nobody got hurt by the fire trucks or by people trying to get out of the fire truck's way. Good job.
Yes. Low Davis.
A couple of things, in case people don't know this, the boat launch at the marina is now open, and there's a open pathway to get in and get your boat there and get launched. They've cleared away all of the construction materials. This whole staging area has been moved up so that there's plenty of room to get up there with your boat. And it remains to be seen whether this new ownership will share some of the fees with the city as was previously the practice. Perhaps we could ask them about that. But at least there is now the boat launch open again. I don't know about the rest of you. A lot of people have been asking me about that. Second, following up on what Alderman Carroll just said, I have no objection. In fact, I'm very supportive of Mr. Davis continuing with the ABC board. My issue has been with the function, all the functions of the board, the minutes that don't tell us anything other than just a list of things that they talked about, a list as opposed to what was talked about. I think that we addressed one of the underlying issues, which is that by increasing the membership to 5, we get to keep a valuable member. We have the benefit of that continuity, that institutional knowledge, but we also have the opportunity to bring in new blood. I mean, the fact that we had, what was it, 5, 6 applicants? I mean, these are new people who want to serve, and this will open up opportunities. So that's what that was about. That's it.
Mr. Lombardi.
You're hungry.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a couple, just a comment. The pressures of growth within our city and the surrounding areas will define us if we do not define ourselves. The sign that the Southport Lions Club built at the entrance of our city says, "Welcome to historic Southport." The future economic success of Southport in part depends on maintaining our historic character. We must recognize that the decades of slow change are behind us and come together as a community to decide what we want our future to look like. So this is huge for our community, and I look forward to drawing a line in the sand.
Well said, thank you. So it was excellent meeting tonight, great discussion. I think we've learned a lot in the direction that we're going. I feel like that our meeting on Monday will help us move our city forward as well. And we appreciate all the participation from our citizens. Board, thank you. City staff, thank you. And I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. It looks like it was a unanimous vote. Meeting adjourned.